Massachusetts. So welcome, especially welcome our beloved Professor Pedro Noonan from Spain. Thank you, Professor. We're so honored to have you here today as this forum goes with all the way up to today. And also thank you everyone for coming, Dr. Wu and Li, and all other honored guests. I am not naming them, but I would like to invite Gloria Room to have a welcome remark. Please welcome.
Thank you very much for coming on this Saturday morning, especially the Dean and the founder of Boston International Business School, Peter Euro, who is also the founder of China European International Business School. We took the flight from Barcelona, Spain, to Germany, all the way to Boston last night, and to make the trip to be with us. Every time this morning, I have a very good conversation to report to the Dean, the program, the first global CEO program for the Boston International Business School from Omaha, Nebraska to Houston, and today is the third session in Boston. And President Euro is very appreciative for all the effort for the teachers and the participants of the program. We are very inspired by his example, dedication of teaching, and example of practice, entrepreneurship, and venture capital investment. And the good news is, President Euro next year will fly with us to arrive Omaha, Nebraska on May the 1st. So we are looking forward to continue the second program in 2025 and to Omaha, Nebraska. And I think some of you may be new to this program today. I just want to quickly summarize. We started the first teaching session on the May 2nd, and by the chairman of Beijing Survey Corporation, Billy Law. She summarized and gave a very, very important lecture about the China hospitality business, the strategy going global, what's the opportunities, what's the challenges, and also as the first lecture as the founder and also founding president, American Academy, China International Hospitality and Food Teaching School. And we are very, very inspired by her talk and the practice. And all of us learned very much in Omaha, Nebraska, the first lecture. On the second day, the May 3rd in the morning, our professor and also vice president, Boston International Business School, Kevin Chen, gives a very good talk about agriculture business going global. Use a case study, Australian food company, and from Australia to NASDAQ for IPO, the cases. And followed by Professor Kevin Chen's talk, the president of China Agriculture Business Center, founding President Fu Wenge, professor, gave us a very good talk about the Chinese agriculture business opportunities and challenges, also going global as a strategy. We learned very much from President Fu's lecture, and also President Fu and also Chairman Robin Lin very graciously agreed to become a professor for the Boston International Business School. On the 4th of May, all of us get together to the shareholder meeting where we listen to a 6 hours lecture by Warren Buffett. I want to say it's a world-class lecture. Everybody learned so much. I think one very important thing we learned is the partnership and the teamwork from Warren Buffett with Charlie Munger. And the whole event was very, very organized. The first priority to celebrate the partnership, Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett, more than 50 years of partnership. And also, of course, the lesson we learned, I've been going to this shareholder meeting hosted by Warren Buffett for years and years. But one big lesson we learned is about competitiveness, productivity of the investment portfolio led by Warren Buffett. The share price, one share, is more than 600,000 a share today. But in comparison with the index fund, still is kind of, almost like that. So I think today also the American Academy of Wealth Management co-founder and president Lily also joined us entirely. She spent energy to plan all the trip detail, logistic, and all the things to glue everything together. Even when she was traveling in China. I want to say this teaching trip for me, I'm deeply touched and inspired because when we finished the trip from Omaha, we needed to go to Houston. When we arrived at the airport, the other flight to Omaha canceled, and we can fly next day. But we will lose all the program in Houston, which is organized at NASA. And so President Fu, Chairman Robbie Lee, and President Li, and also other CEO is a private equity fund, the CEO and one of the founders, and all of them said, look, we cannot wait. We try to find an alternative flight. No way we can get to Omaha in that day. No way we can get to Houston in the same day. Not to miss the next morning 7:30 meeting with the chairman of South News Group, Wei Hua Li. So I think the big mover was.
This is because weather.
Yeah, because of the storm. So group effort, decision quickly made, no alternative to flight. So rent a car, drive from Omaha to Houston. It's about a 14 hours drive. So I think our partners in Houston were deeply touched, say it's a long March 2024. In 14 hours, we covered the miles of 12.5% of Long March. So it's a miracle to make that happen. It's also great teamwork. Chairman Robin Lee is the first person began to drive 5 hours, 4 hours, all this way. So we arrived Houston at 5 o'clock in the morning, and everybody just pretty much take a wash the face, go again. 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:30 in the morning, meet with Chairman Wei Hua Li from South News. Also, the highlight, the time in Omaha is we meet another professor for Boston International Business School, Dan Bing. She shared the time with us for coffee time. So more than dozens of CEO at all different age groups joined. We are very inspired by what he said is Warren Buffett as one of the richest person in the world, but he lived in a very humble home. He make productivity not only to benefit himself, but he make donations for the goodness of the world. And he brought his daughters to really wanted to see and what kind of broad vision and discipline Warren Buffett as an example to the world. Of course, in Houston, we spent a day in NASA and saw a lot of examples. And I think the biggest award I think inspired again is by President Kennedy. He said, why we do the Moon Project? People maybe say it's irrelevant, but his vision, his passion is inspired by the generations after that. His speech is 1962. He said, the mission to the world, not because it's easy, because it's hard, but because it's important. So we will go all in But now, after NASA trip, we know the man's mission to the moon, and not only for astronauts, for everybody on this earth, is the new home for the humanity on the moon, and even the technology to the Mars. We visit the trip, we make a trip to SpaceX, we are going to very close to the pathway to Mars. And then we made a trip and a very good dinner in the same restaurant where Elon Musk had the lunch. So I think in this trip, no matter it's a lunch meeting at the Warren Buffett beef house or Elon Musk lunch place, I think it's a spirit. People want to take the similar food, becoming similar person with that kind of spirit, that kind of mission, that kind of determination to produce the good for the humanity. And of course, on the 7th of May, we had a very good luck to visit the farm in Houston. And the one very good farm we visited is a big site. It's 50,000 acres of farm, and only powered by a whole team of 6 people, and including owners and management and the total labor force. It's so powered by the advanced machineries. And the owner was a billionaire. He traveled to our hotel and lead all the way to show us how he managed the big operation in that way. He's clearly the leader in agriculture business in terms of proficiency, productivity, but also next week, he sent a representative to visit us in 99 West Cliff to want to discover the feasibilities, how he can share his know-how, his ideas, his efficiency about agriculture to Boston International Business School Global CEO program. And of course, the leader is Robert Anker and Wei-Hua Li and James Liu. They are the top leaders. And James Noteware, they all graciously become the teaching faculty Boston International Business School. And I want to say this experience is a very humble experience. We started from 0 to 0001. But so many giants, they are so supportive to support us in whatever way they can. So and today is the peak, the third session about the global CEO program. And today, totally we have 6 speakers. And President Huang, who is the associate dean in Beida Business School, together with his PhD candidate, we will start a very important center about climate change and sustainable development center to study on the platform Boston International Business School. They prepare this lecture months and months, and day and night. So we are very eager to hear. And also, we're going to make an announcement today to start this center here. And when General Woodhouse and other very important guests arrive later, we're going to make the announcement. And of course, after that, we're going to hear the key message by President Pinero. Number 1 is entrepreneurship. The spirit of entrepreneurship, how to see things from idea, opportunity to reality. And President Euro and have produced so many dozens of companies from concept to reality. And also the second topic is about venture capital, how to finance those concepts from ideas to reality. So that's the peak of our lecture. After lunch, President Fu and we will talk about the agriculture business strategy, reality, and the case studies from China. And then after that will be a lecture by the ambassador. Ambassador Friedrich Lohr, and he will talk about the future evaluation. He, as the ambassador from Germany to South Korea, North Korea, and also the Consul General to Shanghai. And he's a diplomat for more than 30 years, and scholar from Harvard, Northeastern professor. He will be first the best person to talk about the things about the future United Nations, given today's complication geopolitics, and then of course the General Woody will talk about leadership. And today, actually, just 1 hour before, I received a message from Eddie Flynn. It's a lot of things going on in Boston. He's supposed to give a leadership talk today, but he couldn't make it today. He sent his regards and also looking forward to see everybody here on the August 10th and 11th. So that's the summary of today. And with this, we welcome professor and president from this Center of Climate Change and Sustainable Studies, Professor Huang. Welcome.
Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen, respectable Professor Petro Noino. Thank you very much for your supporting. Today, I would like to express my special thanks to all of you to giving me this opportunity to share some of the academic perspective with you. I would firstly thank also Gloria to give me this opportunity. And also we have this common idea to set up the Center for Sustainability. In the center of the actually world education in Boston, the surrounding, the Sustainable Development Research Center is once again established, which is of the very important significance. The center can gather global experts in this field to shape the new business models, combine the best, the successful case study we can learn from our dear Professor Petro Noino, and promote the new idea here. The one of the most pressing challenge the facing humanity is global waste, the issue. Solid, the waste disposals significantly contribute the methane emission. Today, if you look at this payment, the cultivating the climate leadership on waste management, responsible management, and ESG action. Why we just chose this topic for this establishing the new center here? What is the SDG? How many the specific the goals SDG proposed by the UN include? Dear audience, if I mention this topic 20 years ago, I think there's nobody understand, of course. But if I mention this topic today, if someone you don't know, this means how can our worldwide is sustainable. There are 7 goals by United Nations, the documents. This means we have to focus these 17 goals. Let the worldwide is be sustainable. There's one last chance. If we don't do this right job, how can the worldwide to be sustainable? This means we have to work together to achieve the global vision. Second questions, what are triple planetary crises? We think about it. United Nations mentioned the triple planetary crisis. There are 3. the climate change, the biodiversity loss, and the pollution. But today, I want to emphasize the waste pollution. According to the footprint, if we keep this lifestyle today, like an American lifestyle, everybody living here, we need at least the 5 Earths. If we just also continue the Chinese lifestyle, we need at least 1 Earth. This means we have to deep think about it. How can we change our lifestyle? How can we change the human beings, the consumer behavior? According to the Chinese, the wisdoms, we reap what we sow. We have to really have the big worry about the future. How can we plan our future? This means this is meaningful, the reasons for today why we have to set up the sustainable center. Originally, this idea comes from our dear Professor Petro. Last year, the Gloria just mentioned this key point with me. I think this is very important. In our academy here, everybody want to really find the new business models. But the sustainability, SDG, this is fundamentally the idea we have to follow up. Today I want to really mention this issue, but why I just sit down here? Why I become the waste warrior, the fighter? Because I saw 20 years ago in China, the biggest pollution includes air pollution, land pollution, and water pollution. We took some picture from the surrounding of the Beijing. You can see the waste management. Waste is everywhere. It's a big disaster. This means fundamentally, I think, how can I contribute for the society? We couldn't rely on always the government. This means I just cooperate with over 100 scholars from the whole world to establish the Ecological Development Union Internationals. We call it the EDUI. Yeah. But our logos are, it means reduce, reuse, recycles. This is a global, low-profit, non-profit network. In this time, we have so many research outcome. We just doing so many projects to writing the book and give the speech and also give the lecture at the university because I was a full-time professor at Peking University. I also first person to establish a Green Economy Center in China, of the university level. Yeah. We publish different books about recycling economy, transitional economy, and so on. In 2009, I gave the proposal for the Beijing government to ask the waste classifications policy. This is the first proposal for Beijing government just launch this process about the waste classifications. It's very successful. Right now, China also has the recycling economy law since 2017. But we didn't only just emphasize the policy, but also we gave also educational activities, not only in the university, but also in the royal place, like the Sichuan and different the cities, and also countryside. We went to the countryside, the school, not only donate computer and books, but we teaching them how can they protect the earth, how can they do the environmental enhance the environment awareness. Last 4 years, I was selected by UNGC to become the board member. This is the first time I just totally be involved with UNGC for the whole global business school to initiate the sustainable idea in our business school. Why we just focus on the waste management? The waste management is most important plastic and food waste. Why I just come to United States? Because the American think tank Wilson Center invites me. I just now working as a research fellow of the think tank in Washington, D.C. I focus on the waste management with 20 scholars, young scholars and very famous scholars together. Because we just think about it, climate change is the most important policy in this century. But waste management is a very close link with climate change. Landfill, plastic production, and incinerators. They also produce CO2 emission. This means one of the precious challenges facing humanity is a global waste issue. Solid waste disposals contribute to methane emission. Questions: what are the current situation of the municipal solid waste in the United States and China? You think about it when you wake up in the early. Last day, who can just deal with your waste? Did you put it in the wrong box or the right box? Nobody understand. Nobody care, maybe. If I just see so many the family, when I live in the American family, I also ask their same questions. The answer is, we don't know. How policy recommendations and the potential collaborations for the both countries on the waste management. This means we have to take the responsibility. Fortunately, between the China and the United States, we have the agreement. But at the national level, we have the agreement about the climate change. But how can we enhance the climate leadership? We need the still working. Today, this center is very important for this issue. We can find the platform to do this right job. There are all the goals in our center. Benefit on environmentally responsible waste management. Strengthen cooperation and exchanges in the waste recycling system. We have to really find the way, not only for the scientific research, but also for the action, to find the new business model for the company to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Right now, there are so many activities, not only in China, but also in the world. We built up the eco-industry park, circular economy park, eco-city. For example, the Shenzhen is a big example. It's good business models for the eco-city right now. This means I want to give you a very short video a few years ago when I wrote my book about the economic transition. I hope this is the video can show you what is real, the economic improvement in China.
As we all know, the Industrial Revolution of the 20th century brought convenience to our lives. However, I believe that this glorious historical mission has been recorded in history, as many countries face wealth disparities and resource shortages, leading humanity to question the existing economic development model. That's why we are here today, to discuss the issues of green economy. A decade ago, the importance of sustainable development and environmental protection started gaining significant attention. Commencing from the finalization of my doctoral dissertation, during which I initiated an investigation into the green economy, I encountered skepticism from numerous conventional economists and received criticism from diverse government agencies, what led to the perception of discussing the green economy as a luxury more than 10 years ago. It was due to the fact that it was regarded as contradictory to the pursuit of wealth and GDP growth by contemporary society. Life is inherently paradoxical. So I recall our beloved Gandhi, a renowned philosopher hailing from India, once profoundly stated, "I may not be an economist, but I am becoming increasingly worried when I see fewer and fewer people having control over limited resources." So, how can we take effective measures to eliminate the economic disparities today, to reduce the ecological damage and environmental risks brought by economic development? This morning, one of our colleagues, Ms. Shou, from the Ministry of Environmental Protection, discussed this issue, emphasizing the need for us to consider the problems of the green economy from a financial perspective, a venture capital perspective, and our economic development perspective within such a topic. Several decades ago, the Club of Rome published an important document on the limits to growth. It foresaw the significance of the Industrial Revolution and the catastrophic disasters it would bring due to economic growth, not only to our planet, but also to humanity itself. Therefore, the question arises, is this warning still valid today? In my opinion, it is. Now, we need to consider how we can transform the Chinese economy, taking into account the 30 years of development in China. The approach to achieving growth, to effectively address the pressures we face in our lives today from an economic perspective. And addressing the problem of ecological security is currently a significant subject in the midst of this wonderful life. So on a personal level, not too long ago, the leaders of relevant departments in China, including those at the central level, have discussed the establishment of ecological civilization, which I believe is a highly crucial aspect. The economists present here today, including our youth and students, also bear the historical responsibility. I would like to share a few topics with everyone here, such as how to rebuild the development track of the world economy. The key to solving the above problems lies in the need for a thorough reflection on the existing economic development model. It is regrettable that over the past few decades, the value orientation based on the total GDP as a measure, in my opinion, has been biased. This excessive development of natural resources, ignoring the ecological footprint in the economic growth model, will increase global wealth disparity and intergenerational injustice. It presents a significant danger to the Earth's ecosystem, which is crucial for the survival of humanity. With the ongoing global population growth, currently exceeding 7 billion individuals, there is an unavoidable and substantial strain on both terrestrial and marine ecosystems. If we persist in adhering to this conventional development strategy, the survival of the Earth is in grave jeopardy. So what about governments of various countries? In this regard, they must assume important responsibilities. Today, we hear that the traditional economic development model of developed countries is to first pollute and then control. Do we in China also need to follow this path? I believe we must change the way we develop our economy. The second key point is how to explore the development path of today's Chinese economy. So I hope that today I can give you a picture to showcase one aspect of China's reform as a driving force and discuss our transformation journey today. I remember that an American private individual, this Moray, once said, "The cosmos is composed of narratives, not particles. Likewise, the metamorphosis of the Chinese economy as a noteworthy modern occurrence in the current global economic framework, I am convinced it is comprised of innumerable captivating narratives. Therefore, today we assemble in Shenzhen, a lively reenactment brimming with Chinese ingenuity. Shenzhen also prioritizes the establishment of an eco-friendly city as its primary objective, thus making it the subject for today. When examining China, it is, in fact, an endeavor to attain sustainable development as a developing nation within the framework of global collaboration. This, I firmly believe, is the crucial significance of the Looking at China conference. So I think this conference, it makes our scholars and our young students realize that when studying China-related issues, they need to align with the world. In terms of researching economic transformation, what are the important elements or basic theories involved? This is the third key point I'm discussing. China's economic transformation mainly manifests in three aspects: economic system, economic structure, and the transformation of the economic development model.
I will share this video with you later. But in the very important case studies, I did it in Shenzhen. I also, in another province, I want to share you now. The education is the most important. This is also the very important the national education in China. But so many people, they think, oh, Chinese government also push the people to do that, but it's not all true. There is also fundamentally motivation from the society. You look at these three case studies, I did it before.
Garbage classification and resource utilization, adhering to waste reduction at the source, establishing a system of classified disposal, forming a green development. Please listen to the question. This is a multiple choice question. Commonly implementing the system of light garbage classification and resource utilization, adhering to waste reduction.
This is the bigger competitions about the waste management knowledge.
Forming a green development and lifestyle. We have four options: A, collect; B, transport; C, dispose; D, treat. The 5-second countdown begins.
The people can learn. How can they do?
Time's up, the quiz is over, and all answers are unanimous. Abd, let's see the correct answer to this question, Abd. Congratulations, everyone. Next up is the third player from each team. Please get ready. Come on, listen to the question. Multiple choice question. Difference in composition of household kitchen waste and catering kitchen waste. A generation source: B, moisture; C, salt; D, oil. 5-second countdown starts. Time's up. The answer submission period is over. All right, let's see the correct answer to this question. B, C, D.
Okay, this is just to give you the example. The education is most important. If our center, we can also just create so many teaching program, the syllabus, then we add to so many the new idea in our teaching material. This is the most important to teach the young generation how can they become the sustainable persons. This is the most important. The second case study is the student just learned the sustainability idea. They went back to their hometown. They create their business models to change the countryside.
Here is where Sivak village, with zero pollution, has transformed its village appearance and combined substantial industrial development, leading Chitan village onto a sustainable and distinctive rural revitalization path. Next, let me show you some of the changes that have taken place in my hometown. Let's go. We use red sugarcane fields and vegetable leaves from Damshun village as ecological fertilizer, along with kitchen waste that has been fermented. In 2016, a few university students who returned to the village, and I started a homestay business which gradually began to thrive. But more problems have also arisen. With more tourists, there is also an increasing amount of kitchen waste in the village. After we learned about the concept of ecological fertilizer production, using kitchen waste to make ecological fertilizer not only improves the soil and saves costs, but more importantly, reduces rural waste. Now with less waste in the village and a cleaner environment, our homestay business is thriving, and the factor is benefiting the soil, coconut trees, hazelnuts, and mushrooms.
Pineapple production quality increased. Sichuan inter.
Okay, third is the case studies we did also in the Sichuan Chengdu. There's one university I want to tell you. This university built up from the waste. This is very important.
Philosophy, enhance quality of life through beauty.
Look at this building. This is always a building that each stone comes from the waste, construction waste.
Construction, the Beauty and Health Vocational College cleverly implements the concept of beauty, elegance, and coldness in its campus. Land generally employs.
As you know, the George's Dam, in China, they just destroy so many cities. There are so many construction waste. This is the founder of this college. They just collect this waste from this area to build up these universities.
And autumn fruits provide unique benefits for students at the renowned college. Many buildings in the college made from architectural waste and recycled old furniture. By recycling this waste and old furniture, they built a library and other buildings with traditional styles. Following principles of circular economy, they implement rainwater collection, natural ventilation, and garbage classification, making their campus construction eco-friendly. Honored as a model unit for greening in Sichuan province and nationally recognized.
Okay, the sustainability is not unnecessary. We can really do a better job for our society. As you know, the 30% of the world, the education students study business, management, law, and economics. The million graduates per year. If these people, they understand the sustainability, they will making the world change. This means that our center will have the great task. We can teach more the young generation to understand the sustainability. This is also great contributions for our Petro and Gloria and our founders. You build up this platform. We have to really just find the very important, meaningful teaching program to give the young generation for the future. If they just started here, there are also 10 skills is most important. Critical thinking and leadership skill. Of course, the active learning. This means I hope also we can also invite more the scholars and the experts to be here to teach the students for the new future. Curriculum change, the practical and also global perspective. This is the most important the vision of us. Action. Today, I would like to introduce my young colleague. He also spent over 5 years for the charity and the sustainability activities in China and also United Nations. I think he will also bring his research about the ESG action today. I think this is very important. We can see young generation, what's their thinking. How can they just do the actions for our center? As you know, today we just gather together here. It's like the music. We need the leader, conductor, and we need everybody to play the very beautiful performance. Then this world will become the harmonized society. I have the hope we are in the control of our own life. I want to just use the one sentence from my alumni, the Albert Einstein at Humboldt University. He always mentioned, love is a better teacher than duty. If we believe the love, we have to really fundamentally to build up our center with our effort. There are 5 elements: ecological, emotional, executive, educational, ethics. Last 3 years, we wrote the joint book with Marco Mr. Li Yang together about the business ethics. In the academy, the Gloria and also Madame Li also set up this center with so many support from Petro, from everyone here. There's one important the concept about this academy is responsibility. This is the most important. How can we do the action? Now I want to give the stage for my colleague from the Berkeley University, the Marco, please.
In the United States, a member of the United Nations Global Compact Research Responsibility Management Education Principle Steering Committees. He was a former professor and assistant dean at the Beijing University Business School. From 2002 and 2003, he served as a deputy director of WTO Affairs Research and the Consulting Center of the Beijing Foreign Trade Bureau. He holds a master's degree in economics from Peking University and a PhD in philosophy from Humboldt University in Berlin, Germany. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I'm going to briefly introduce Marcos. He's a research scholar, Hahn School of Business, University of California, Berkeley. Executive Secretary General, Responsible Management Education and Youth Development Sub-Forum, Education Forum for Asian 2021 Fellow, Ecological Development Union International Regional Leader, East and Southeast Asia, Principal for Responsibility Management Education, United Nations Global Compact. Now let's welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Li. And thank you for the invitation of Gloria, and thank you for the introduction of Professor Huang. I have already working with Professor Huang for many years. So I'm Marco, and this is my English name. I'm Yang Li. So currently I'm working at UC Berkeley, Haas School of Business. So today I just want to share a little bit perspective from myself of the new business model and the new business things for future 20, 30 years. So we need change. So my title, my topic today is ESG. So ESG, what is ESG? We talk a lot about this, but what's that? So I want to introduce this is approach to make change. So we all talk about sustainable, how to make change, but how? Like, what's your approach? We don't bullshit, we don't just talk, we should do something. But we should have some tools. So ESG is the tool. So I will give you the perspective from myself, a little sharing of that. Okay, so first let me give you a graph. So this is very boring graph, but very meaningful graph. This is graph from the IPCC. It's about in the last 100 years, the temperature changing. So until 2022, the temperature already raised 1.1 temperature degree comparing 19th century. So that change might be minor, but that change might be very dangerous for some island like Japan and some Hawaii, like these places, even the East Coast like Boston. Okay? So this is climate. So let me bring a more practical idea. Like, why suddenly talk this? How are employees treated in a company? Why does that matter? Because I believe everyone have kids. I also have kids in the future, but now I don't have one. But in the future, I mean, no matter who you are, you have kids, you have next generation. Why you care about this? You care about how your kids treated in the company. Why is that? I want my kids live well in a good environment. I want them live in well, work well in the company. I don't want company label, like treat them as a slave. That's the idea. That's important. So who should make changes? That's important. And I appreciate Professor Huang bring a very old way of idea, like household should make changes. Everyone should make changes, household make changes. How we manage the waste, how we cart the waste. What else? Companies. That's what I want to bring you today. So this is the components in the economic circles, the roles in the economic circles. We have household, we have government, we have rest of the world. I don't know what's that. Financial institution. I know somebody working in finance institute today, and also firms. So look at this. Just now, Professor Huang has mentioned households. Every family should reduce your cost, like reduce your waste. So, and firms, that's what I want to bring today. Why firm is so important? Why they should make change too? Okay, so let's keep these two graphs together and come together with the talks in the beginning. The left side is the graph for all the emissions of the world in 2020. So you can see this map, we have many breakdowns of emission. The most part is the energy part, is the most emission part, and also including agriculture, industry, whatever. But I want to bring idea, look at the map, no matter which part of emission, you will find all the companies contribute to this emission. All the forms, no matter which sectors, they always forms. For example, in the transport, Amazon, do they contribute to this emission? Definitely. Alibaba, Tencent, everyone, every this form, they contribute this emission. And look at the right graph. That's the graph of the employment in 2023. You can see all the forms together enrolled 4 billion people in this world. Now we only have 8 billion people. So they enrolled 4 billion people. So they are important. So the firms play the most important role to run this world, emission and social impact. Okay, I bring two words just now, environmental impact and social impact. So that's the matter. And the third graph I want to bring to you is the value added by companies in 2017. So the companies generally together, they contribute to the 70% of world GDP. Firms, not just government, firms. Let's bring you this idea. They are important. So, how do firms make changes more effectively? I will talk about they make change. What changes? What kind of impact you're talking about? So let's bring ESG framework. I have mentioned social impact and environmental impact. So social impact, we have just now talked about that. Customers, how you treat your customers. Did you treat them well to produce good products, right? And products with good quality, employee, did you treat them well? Did you let them grow with good opportunities? And company, a community, did you work well with your community? Did you do some community activities, bring community more inclusive? And environmental, as I said just now, emission. You are responsible not for your business, you are also responsible for the public budget. What's that budget? Emission budget. Because that will come back to every human being after 15 years. So that's budget. So every firm, you should be responsible for that. It's not you only make big benefits. You leave this budget for 50 years after. Not that way. And how you manage your water, your waste. So that's environmental impact. And the third impact we're considering is your governance, how you manage your business in a low-risk way, how your board members working together. So these matters, and how you make a fair competition. You don't do monopoly. All right, so that's the governance. That's more concept of make a sustainable economics impact. Okay, so this is ESG framework. So let's bring you a little bit more. So who makes some regulations in this ESG? So, we listen to ESG, we listen to this concept. So who make these rules? We have many regulators in this ESG field. For example, like we have, I don't mention too much, I just mention 2 or 3. For example, in the United States, we follow a lot of regulations passed by RSSB. This is an NGO. And we have GRI. GRI is called Global Reporting Initiative. So that's the standards, regulators. They make standards for companies, firms to follow, to disclose your data. So come to this point, data. So let's come back to that point. How make changes? Okay, so if you show me your ideas, you show me your actions in ESG. For example, I did well in water management, and I did well in waste management. Show me your data. Show me how you do that. How many water you cut down, how many emissions you cut down. Show me that data, right? So just now is the framework. You follow this framework to disclose your data. And with this data, what we have done, we have many rating agencies. So I just take a kind of metaphor. So for example, just now I said like data. So it's just like companies, they're doing action. So how I know you do well or bad? It's like a score exam paper. You fill out this exam paper. You tell me, you get how many scores in this criteria, how many scores in this criteria, and everyone, you take the exam. So you take the exam, after you submit your exam paper, you need to have someone to score for you, right? You need to get a score. So who gives these scores? These companies. We call rating agencies like credit ratings, but we have the ESG rating companies, similar to the traditional credit ratings. So these ratings companies, what they do, they use the data from the company and score for the company. And to show the public, like Amazon, you did bad in ESG stuff. You are bad people in doing ESG. Google, you do well. So everyone have a score. So for example, especially S&P and MSCI, this kind of like agencies, I don't introduce much. And how they measure these scores, how they give you these scores. So this is the framework I bring to you today, which is behind and the ESG pillars, we have specific criteria, we have specific indicators. This can help you to make the scores for the companies. So what the score look, and the different companies, they definitely have different ideas. They prefer, some companies, they prefer to give the score like from 0 to 100. Some companies prefer to give you A, B, C, D, like the US credit system. And what does the score look like? This is how score look like. For example, this is the score paper from S&P. They give the score for both companies. I just list 2 companies. One company is Tesla. Another company is Chevron. So you can see their score quite low. Okay, so you can see it's 40 of 100. It's quite low score student. But actually they are okay. Why is that? Because the score is not you get the full score, you're good. It's not. You compare with your peers. So for example, if I'm a 40, everyone in my class is 30, definitely I'm a good person. So you have comparable peers. So this is idea I want to mention to this. So you can see the breakdown of the right side. So for example, Tesla do environmental very well. They are a green energy company. So they do well in environmental, but not well in social. Why is that? Because they use some illegal labels. Okay, so that's the simple idea I bring to here. Okay, so that comes to another very important idea. Why firms should value the sustainability or should adapt this framework, ESG framework? Why is that? Why I should care about? I just care about benefits. I just care about make profits. I don't care about others. That's enough for me. So why? You should convince me. So let's listen some voice. So why you should care about that? Definitely you should care about that. Why is that? Because probably, I just say probably, even I'm not quite sure now, the financial returns. So if I tell you in the stock market, your company can earn more benefits, more higher returns with a good ESG scores, then whether you will do that. Definitely I will do that. I will run for that. Definitely. So this is graph I show you is the correlation between the ESG and the company's financial performance. So that means the better ESG scores, they have better financial returns. So that's matter for all the financial management, financial manager, asset manager. It's important for you. So then company should care, definitely you should care. I have better ESG score, the public react me more positively, and then I have better financial returns. Okay, so you can see the positive side is quite high. But definitely we have some noisy factors, some people, some scholar, like my college, they prove it's negative. But I am not sure, so I need to convince them. And let's see another thing, ESG investment. So companies say, firms say, I don't want ESG. But if every investor think about ESG, whether you will do the ESG, you definitely will do ESG. You have to do ESG because all the investors come to invest your company. Did you do ESG some stuff? You said no. Then we don't invest you. Simple, right? So this is the trend of ESG investment over last from 2014, like you can see there's a trend go up. Definitely the horizontal, the y-axis is the $1 trillion. So you can see it's a growth, definitely it's growth. Definitely some like up and down. And this graph is something a little bit misstated, problematic because they just think, some investors, they just think, I care about ESG, so they put that tag on their investor managers. But you can see their trend go up. And this is another graph to show you many companies care about ESG. So for example, especially the S&P 500, they have over 100 companies care about ESG in their quarter financial report. They mention ESG a lot heavily. Even the 500 most top valued companies care about this kind of topic. Why you shouldn't care about it? You have to care about it. You have no way to care, don't care about that. So, and this is another graph to show you Europe, they issued 1 billion, like over like $1 trillion euros on ESG initiative projects. So this is, they have specific budget for that. And this is the graph I want to bring to you is not only the investors think about ESG, the regulators also think about ESG, especially Europe. I mean, like probably that doesn't work that well in US because US is free country. And Europe, why Europe care more? Because Europe live in a like more noble society. They think we should do something in this society. So what they do, they pass a lot of regulations related to ESG and related to sustainability. Let's bring more specifically. So I just take like one or two, like probably maybe like there's like CSDR is called about like corporate sustainability reporting directive, this kind of regulations. But anyway, I want to bring one point. The last part is red part. Red was is talking about the Europe is going to issue the carbon border adjustment mechanism. What's that? That's for adding the tax on the companies who issue more emissions. So that means if you issue more, you have more emissions, you will pay the tax. So that's come to a next mandatory tax in the future. You don't care about that? You have to care about that. If you want to do the business in Europe, you do that. So that's the law. That's the logic. So I will just show a little bit about some important initiatives. For example, the corporate sustainability reporting directive, and the right side is the sustainability framework for direction of responsible management. So yeah, that's another point I want to bring to you. So no matter how I talk just now, investors' ideas, regulators' ideas, what I want to bring the end, the most important is I hope firms to see the long-term values of ESG, not the short-term values. What's that? Short-term values only care about the financial market returns, especially like some emerging companies. But I want you to see more about long-term idea, value of this framework. It can work in 20 years, 30 years. When that time, if you don't do that, you will definitely regret. Okay? So let's work on that. So that's my brief presentation. Thank you very much. And yeah.
Especially the young generation.
Thank you.
And we're so proud of you to make this sustainable topic and to pass the next generation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, we're going to present the two appointment or certificate, right?
Yeah.
So the first one, we're going to have this, Dr. Haifeng Huang. Yes, of course. As a visiting professor, and you can read the
I can
next
read
one,
the
please.
next.
Okay.
And President Peter Nero and I together, I want to appoint our President Huang Haifeng as the founding president and a co-founder of a research center for sustainability and climate change of Boston International Business School.
And also we have the next one.
And
Can you
read the next
now?
one.
Yes. together.
Yang Li as a founding Secretary General of the Research Center of Sustainability and Climate Change of Boston International Business School, and also as a assistant visiting professor of Boston International Business School, signed by myself and our Dean, President Peter Nero.
We're going to invite Dr. President Peter Nero to present these two appointments.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Go on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Youngest professor, assistant professor, yeah.
So proud of
Thank you.
Husband
Thank
of
you.
Peter Nero.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Next
yeah.
time soon.
我们不休息一下，那个 Peter 讲课。
Okay, all right. As we have a lot of topics today, we have to control our time too. So I'm so honored to introduce our next speaker. He is the founder and the honorary president of China Europe International Business School, and emeritus professor of entrepreneur and the Barton Foundation chair for the entrepreneur management at Business School, University of Navarra, Spain. During his career, He has been in the board of more than 30 companies and international institutions in Europe, United States, Latin America, China, and Africa. He has served as the Chancellor of International Academy of Management and consultant for World Bank, OECD, Ford Company, and Morgan Stanley. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Petra Newton.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Looks like me, but can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this one? Okay, perfect. Well, entrepreneurship has always been my main interest. So I studied my doctoral program. So, well, after working a couple of years, because I am an architect and an engineer, and I became an employee of a railroad company, and I enjoy that because I repair a big tunnel, I repair a bridge over a river, I design a new station that today is kept in the museums of Barcelona, but it was built, so I really enjoyed that. But then I ended as going to a business school as a professor, because they told me that I could be a good professor, but I would have to go to the Harvard Business School and get a doctoral degree. I didn't speak English, had never been outside of Spain, so that was a dream for me. So I started learning English. I did the tests. I got a very good result, was accepted by Wharton, Harvard, and I went to Harvard, and really I had to work there for a professor that, well, I was a slave more than an assistant. But anyway, I learned a lot by that big pressure that I had with that professor. But in those years, I took, as a doctoral student, I had to take a number of cases in the MBA of Harvard or MIT, because the two schools had an agreement. So I took a course that was launched in the year 1972 by Professor Howard Stevenson, and was the first course on entrepreneurship. So for me, that was very interesting. Took the course, and I was so impressed by the professor and what he taught, that I said, okay, this is going to be my life. So I did, well, as soon as I finished, okay, I have to push. So in 1974, when I got the doctoral degree and became a professor at IESE, I decided to launch also a course on entrepreneurship. That was the first course in Europe. I called the course Starting New Ventures in English. In Spanish, this means Nuevas Aventuras Empresariales. Students had to do a business plan. So one of the things I was teaching them is how to do a business plan. So how to take an opportunity and transform that opportunity in business by doing a business plan that takes into consideration how to do a strategy, how to sell the products, how to produce the products, how to get the financing, how to evolve. All of these details have to be in a good business plan. So this was something. And well, many students I saw that when they finished the program, that thing that they did as an exercise in the class, they implemented it. So Lochis Fashion was a business plan that some student presented, but when he finished, he launched a company that has become a very important company, because the idea was, if a lady buys a new dress in a shop, but it's required to do some adjustments to fit that dress very well, but she needs that because has a dinner the same day and wants to have this fast. So it's very important that the shop repairs the dress, but then it's sent to the home of the buyer very quickly. So Lochis Fashion is logistic and fashion. So it works for companies that are in the fashion sector, delivering their things very well and very fast. That was an idea and has become a company that is in many European countries. Co-Ultra, for instance, was a new type of motorcycle. Also, well, it's full of these motorcycles in different countries of Europe. But this was also an idea that came from there. Advanced medical, this, I'll tell you a secret, it was the business plan done by a son of mine who did the MBA. And then came with the idea that sometimes people have a very serious diagnostic by a doctor. Sometimes the doctor says it has to go to surgery, to the hospital. Sometimes the doctors made a mistake, and then the person has a treatment, and then this treatment is incorrect, and then so their idea was, in case of a serious diagnostics, get a second opinion from the leading doctor in the world in that type of problem. This was very, very successful. So, because these leading doctors in the world, they had to be very well paid, but this was less money than sending people to surgery if it's not necessary, or having to treat a person 3 times because there has been a mistake in the diagnosis. So insurance companies found that by using this technology, they could save a lot of money. So the project became very fast in Europe, in China, in United States, everywhere. Then an American company listed in the New York Stock Exchange, who wanted to copy the thing, was not succeeding in copying this.
Yes, one question for you. So you mentioned they use this technology to avoid the costly surgery, right?
Yeah.
But if this is necessary, but this company, this technology has mistake, and
scientists wrongly, so who will pay the responsibility? I mean, who will be responsible for this mistake?
No. The company is what the company does is contacting the leading doctor in the world.
But even leading doctor, oh, okay, so you mean contact the leading doctor to do the consultants?
The leading doctor gets in contact with the doctor, and then he decides, okay, the treatment is not the surgery is not necessary because there is this treatment as a possibility. Then this saves a lot of money. There are also some areas, for instance, in China, there was years ago, sometimes a doctor sent somebody to surgery and it was not 100% necessary. But then the doctor in the surgery paid a commission to the doctor who had sent the person to surgery. So all of these things that you can find in the world can be solved with this system. This worked very, very, very well. Then this company in the United States who couldn't try to copy but didn't work, acquired them for $350 million. But they made my son international president of the company, and he has introduced some changes. So it's improving even the system and making it very global. But the important thing is that over the years, there are many things that had happened. So
The next one?
no, the next one.
It's finished.
Is this? No, is this?
This one?
Yeah. Okay. Being entrepreneurs. No. How can I change?
You want to, everything?
Okay, thank you. Okay. Being an entrepreneurs in our global economy. So we live in a global economy. So today, in our world, when a product is a good product, is a good product all over the world. So we live in a global economy, and well, we have some problems that may affect, even though the economy of the world is becoming unique, there are still some problems like the wars or some countries with too much debt, some governments that have conflicts among themselves, but well, this is inevitable. So the big regions with solid economies. So we have United States. United States is a big economy. It's an economy that if you succeed with a good product, is a very good basis for going all over the world. China. China is another big economy where it makes sense. If you succeed with some idea, then you can grow a lot, and then you can pass with the idea to other places. So we have companies, Chinese companies like Huawei. They found something very interesting. They were very successful in China. Then they went to other countries, and they came to United States. And in United States, the government said, "Okay, guys, stop. Don't get all the market yourselves." So this is unfair, but this is what was done. So they were not allowed to sell a product that is a good product, a successful product. And we have some more cases like this, some governments in some places that stop companies that can be global, and they are interested in being global because their idea is good and they have a good opportunity to transform into business. The European Union is another important area. So if something works well in Germany, works well in France, works well in Italy, in Spain, in the UK, so it's another big market, and closer and closer and closer. So we have also a good market in the northwest and south of Africa. So if you take the north of Africa, I see already many companies that are going to Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco. So all of these things are a big market, and it's possible to develop products in all of these areas. But there are also other areas. For instance, Ghana, Guinea, Nigeria, South Africa. So my School of China, I launched it in Africa. And I'll tell you why. I always thought that Africa was very important, but once the former president of China, Hu Jintao, came to Spain, and there was a dinner organized by the King of Spain that invited myself. So in the dinner, we were the president, Hu Jintao, and his wife, the King of Spain and his wife, the Queen, and my wife and myself. So we were in the dinner, and the King asked Hu Jintao, "You are going a lot to Africa," because in the press there were lots of articles about Hu Jintao going to Nigeria, and Hu Jintao said, "Well, I'm going to Africa because Africa is full of opportunities. And I'm going to different countries and reach with the government agreements to facilitate that Chinese companies then can go there." Said, "You in Spain, you did a lot of this with Latin America, and your companies are doing quite well there." And then Hu Jintao looks to me and said, "And you must open your school in Africa." So the King of Spain was telling him why he was opening so many things in Africa, and then Hu Jintao tells me, "You had to open," of course, if the president of China tells me that I had to open my Chinese school in Africa, I had to do it. So I knew very well a lady that lives in Barcelona, and she distributes Coca-Cola in many countries, but she covers most of Africa, distributing Coca-Cola there. So I said, well, she probably knows Africa well. So I asked her, where would you recommend me to open? And she said, well, in Accra, in Ghana. It's a serious country, it's peaceful, you can walk in the streets without any problem. It's well managed, it's a democracy, it's growing. So I would recommend you to do it. They speak English, so I opened the school in following this advice of Coca-Cola. Don't tell anybody, because management education is different from Coca-Cola. But anyway, I must say that yesterday, as I arrived here this morning, I took a Coca-Cola. But anyway, it has worked very well. So it was a very good advice. Latin America, well, Latin America is growing, and also it's an important area. But we have other areas in the world that are becoming important and that we have to take into consideration when we think about our globalization. We have India, that I always say that I will consider India very, very important the day that I see that there are many, the best Indians go to study outside India because, well, if I don't know, if you want to be very well prepared, you choose the best universities, and so. But then these fantastic Indians don't go back to India. They get very good positions outside. Chinese, the best Chinese, also many of them go to study abroad, but when they graduate, they run back to China. So this is one of the reasons why China goes very fast and India was not so fast. So if you look at, I don't know, the Harvard Business School, the previous dean was Nitin Noria. The current dean is Srikanth Datar. An associate dean, Das Narayandas. Then Krishna Palepu. So all of these people come from India. But they are in the top of the leading business school. So it's good for the world, but it's not good for India. I think that, we live this type of situation. The day that I see that the best Indians go back to India, I would invest in India. So I think that there is a big opportunity there because there is a huge market. Okay, many companies are going international. So we have lots of them. So when I went to China for my first time with the idea, because I have in my career, I was a professor of IESE, but I helped launching a business school in Argentina, that today is the leading school there, EI. I helped launching one in Colombia, that now in the area of Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, INALDE is the leading school. I helped another one in Mexico, IPADE, to launch a campus in Monterrey. They had a campus in the capital of Mexico, but I pushed them to do that. I launched another one in Portugal, that is AESE, that I helped launching another one in Slovenia, in Eastern Europe. And I worked together with Peter Drucker because he had been born in that area. He was a famous professor in Los Angeles, but when I informed him that I was launching a school in Slovenia, he said, I'm going to help. So he was coming, and the two of us were launching this school. Then I had learned this from some Harvard professors that when I did my doctoral program, they were already retired, but in spite of this, they had an office in the school, and some of them even taught some sessions there. But I met one of them that after the Second World War, where America had thrown the atomic bomb in Japan, this professor went to Japan and helped Keio University in Japan to launch the first business school in Japan, the Keio Business School. So there was another one that went to France and helped launching INSEAD. There was another one who went to London and helped launching London Business School. So these guys were with offices there, already retired, but I wanted, while doing my doctoral program, interview them and learn from them. And Frank Foles was the one who went to Japan, and I asked him, how do you go to Japan after having thrown the atomic bomb there? And he said, launching business school is creating peace in the world. So this was his idea. The idea of those professors was helping to have a peace in the world. Let's do business schools. Well, it makes sense because, for instance, in our MBA at IESE, today, 85% of the students are from all over the world. Of course, the number of students from Spain has been growing because the total MBA has been growing a lot. But 85% are from all over the world. So in the program, you can find people from all over the world. So when I thought about China, and I did my first trip to China, I saw a big sign of Bayer. I said, my God, Bayer is already in China, and this was 30 years ago or something like that. So I said, okay, I told the driver I had, let's go there. So, okay, let me go down and wait around here. So I entered the company, and well, they received me, and I explained to them the idea that I had to launch a business school in China, that I was starting with this. And the guys from Bayer, who already had a big company, said, oh, this could be very, very interesting because we need people well prepared. So we are, so go ahead, how can we help you? So I said, okay, my idea was to launch an executive MBA. I invented. Today, many schools have executive MBAs, but I invented that. Was an MBA for people who already had 10 years of experience, but could do the MBA on weekends. so continue to have their jobs, but on Saturdays and Sundays do the MBA. So I explained this to them, and they offer me their facilities to do the program, because they say, well, we are closing on Saturdays and Sundays, so if you want to use this, some big rooms we have for your running the program. So it was fantastic because with the help of that company, I launched the executive MBA. I didn't have money. Nobody in Europe believed that it made sense launching a business school in China. I was convinced that a country with almost 1.5 billion people and no business schools, there was room for one. So then, of course, I went to Coca-Cola, and they were also very positive. I went to Michelin, and they were very positive. Volkswagen already was also. So all of them were very positive, and with their help, I could build the campus of around the school in Shanghai, build a fantastic campus that I have in Shanghai, another campus in Beijing, another campus in Shenzhen. So the school now has 3 campuses in China, fantastic. But then I also launched a campus in Africa, in Accra, in Ghana, that came through Coca-Cola. And I have a campus in Switzerland, also in Zurich. So, and the school gets very, very well in the rankings international. But all of this internationalization is more difficult for small companies, medium-sized companies, because it's very difficult to promote them, it's difficult to finance, it's difficult to have a good management team, but well, what is possible is to organize things sometimes going step by step, sometimes doing some agreements, but sometimes there are small companies that don't have a future. So it's better to, when you are doing well in one country, if you cannot be a global company, then sometimes maybe better sell the company to somebody who can do not have what the technology, the ability, the ideas that you have, but they have resources to be global. So I think that also we mentioned that it can be difficult for Chinese companies going to United States, or for American companies going to China, but I think that these things are a bit so. United States has areas like New York, like Boston, like Chicago, like Los Angeles, where people are very well prepared. But we have big areas of United States where people are not prepared, but they feel, okay, we are number one because we are America. So what will happen if one day in the TV, in the news, they say, well, America is not the first country in the world. China has taken that position with well, then that could generate a war. because many people would not like to hear this kind of information. But the reality is that we have China growing 5% more, and United States not so much. So China is very big, so sooner or later could be number one. And I'll tell you another confidence.
One question for this judgment. My question is the time limitation. In the future decade or 2 decades, it's hard for China companies or the U.S. companies in the opposite country. I mean, the judgment is based on the past base or the estimation in the future.
Well, I think that it makes sense when you have a big country, you don't look too much to the rest of the world. I'll tell you another secret. So once I sold to a company, Boeing, that makes planes, a program in management for their managers, and then they like very much the idea. I have organized these programs with other big companies very successfully, but I proposed to do the program in Barcelona, in our campus. And a few days later, they tell me, well, the thing is that half of the participants in the program, managers of high level at Boeing, do not have need to make a passport because they have never been outside United States. I said, my God, how is it possible? So we had to wait 1 month for everybody to have a passport, because for Americans coming to Europe, they needed a passport. But half of the executives of Boeing had never gone outside United States, so they probably had traveled to Boston, Chicago, Los Angeles, but for many Americans, the rest of the world is not very relevant, because America is America. Is a very important country, very big country. Don't worry.
Okay, you can just press next one. Yeah, this is first page. You can see this will move. Next time move.
That side move. Okay. Well, I had in the year 2000, I had the idea of launching a venture capital inside my school. So my colleagues told me, well, but if this is not working well, this would give a bad image for the school. And I said, but if it works well, it will give a good image for the school. So if we are teaching entrepreneurship and we cannot launch a venture capital company to facilitate that our students, when they have a good business plan, that they can get the money and launch the company. Anyway, I was allowed to launch a venture capital. So I said, okay, I will start. On average, what I see is that when the students launch a new company, a new venture, on average, they need 300,000 euros in the year to launch it. So after spending this, already starts creating. So for in the period of uncertainty is 300,000. So I said, if I organize a fund of 3 million, I can launch 10 of these new companies. So I did a small fund of 3 million. It took me less than 1 week to raise the fund because many of my former alumni believe also that the idea was good. So I invested in new ventures very quickly. That was called Finaves, Financing New Ventures. And I call it Finaves 1. It worked very well with the 3 millions. I launched a second fund, took me 1 week. Finaves 2, then another fund, Finaves 3, then another fund, Finaves 4, then another fund, Finaves 5, then another fund, Finaves 6, and we are now with the Finaves 6. But we have helped launching 60 companies to former students. So it's good that 60 companies that in the period of crisis, because I launched this in the year 2000, in 2008, 9, 10, there was a big crisis. Then in the years 2018, 19, 20, 21, there was another big crisis. So these 60 companies created have generated more than 20,000 jobs. So what we can say is we are a business school that during a period of crisis we were creating jobs. So I think that, well, I'll tell you another secret. All the people who have managed these funds are women. But
why?
Why? The thing is that when I was looking for somebody to manage this, I got some resumes. I suggested that they would be former students, MBAs, former students from the master. And well, I got 3 or 4 resumes, and I looked for the best one, and it was a woman. So I said, okay, I asked, would you like to become the head of this venture capital? Oh yes, come. Then with the first one day, the dean of the school tells me, can I steal this lady from you? And I said, why? He said, well, because she is very good and I need, well, I said, oh, of course, if it's a good promotion for her. So he took her, and it has become one of the important persons running the school. But then I said, okay, give me resumes of people who are available. And again, the best one was a woman. So yeah. I took,
That triggered me to think about the former British Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
What she said is, you want to talk, looking for men, you want to work, looking for women. Something like that.
No,
the
but
woman is looking more concisely working.
No, I have placed lots of people in because there are many times former students who ask me, we need somebody to run the R&D area or have you? So and I have found many men, but I don't know. This God probably wanted that venture capital would be run by women, so I don't know.
That's very encouraging.
But it has worked very well and has been ranked by women. So what can we do?
So we're discouraged now.
Yeah.
But you are encouraged. So how
Well,
many presidents
I think that this has worked very well, and so there are many companies that have been launched by this fund, and as a result, we have good. Don't worry. We have good. So. These are some companies launched by former students. So there are all kinds of company. I mentioned to you this Ultra, the motorcycles, Lotus Fashion, but there are many others companies that were launched by students. And the interesting thing is that many schools have copied this model and have launched a venture capital company also in the school. So now you look at when at Harvard, at the Harvard Business School, that I love it, we invited once the dean to come to our school, and then the following day I saw him here in Boston. He told me, "I am going to copy you." And I said, "What?" He said, "I'm going to launch a venture capital here at Harvard because it's a good idea." And we'll say, "Well, don't worry. So you can do it, no problem." And a few months later, I went there again and said, "How is it going?" And she said, "I cannot do it. The Harvard University, I need to do something, I need permission from the Harvard University. And the Harvard University has told me that I cannot launch a venture capital, that the only that can do it is the university, not the business school or the law school or the medical school." So I said, "Okay, keep negotiating. It makes a lot of sense for the business school to launch this, much more than for the medical school or the law school." So a few months later said, "Pedro, I got it. I got it." So he negotiated and finally was capable of launching also. So it's a good thing for a business school today to facilitate that those students who have studied well entrepreneurship and that have a good idea can implement this idea and create jobs and create wealth for them. But companies are very good for society. So if we can launch more, then it's good. So
they have lady running that venture capital? They have the lady running that venture capital in Harvard.
Yeah. So I think that it's very good. It's very good that business schools have this kind of thing. Well, to finish, because it's time, I would say that there is another thing that we call intrapreneurship. What is intrapreneurship? Intrapreneurship is when a company that already exists, inside the company appears a new opportunity, and then the company uses that opportunity and launches a business unit to use this opportunity. What happens is that in many cases, big companies don't want to listen to people inside the company who have new opportunities. So if somebody goes to his boss and said, "My boss, I got an idea. If we do," he said, "Look, focus on your things. Don't come with new ideas. Focus on your things and do it well." So what is going on to a great, in many cases, is that some people who have a new idea that can be a good company leave the company to start themselves the unit. There are a few companies that have been able to use this well and say, if you have an idea, come to us and we will study this, and well, if the idea is good, we will support you. And so, but there are very few companies that have been able to do this thing, to stimulate inside the company the appearance of new opportunities, which is a way to really keep the company improving and keep the company benefiting from all the things they have. They have resources, they have good people, they have offices in different places, they have a good name, they have all kinds of contacts. So all of these things can be used not only for producing, components for the automotive industry, but it can be used for other things. So that's another thing that we have to stimulate, which is the idea of intrapreneurship. So to use the capabilities of being entrepreneurs that we have probably in the company, in many people who have there. There was a period of time that this idea became important. So I was asked by many companies in Europe to organize, to have some conference or some program or something about this for their executives, so that, let's say, the management is accepting this idea. So you go ahead. So I remember, for instance, the case of Philips, a well-known company, that they stimulated this, and they asked me to just organize in their headquarters a big event for their executives, saying that if you have a good idea, come to your boss and tell them, and he will. But this has passed away, and today, unfortunately, what we see is that many companies that could benefit from inside entrepreneurship are passing from this, and then they are losing this when they have resources and they could stimulate the launching of new companies. Well, so I think that it's close to 1:30, so there is time for one question or two, if you have them.
Yeah, we can have a few minutes for questions, right?
Hmm?
We can have our few minutes question for the audience for questions.
Yeah.
So if you have any questions, please.
Yeah, I have one question.
You can.
Yeah, I have many questions, but like take one. So, yeah, you mentioned about internal entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
This is very fresh idea. This is my first time to hear this. So the logic is, I mean, if I'm an employee, definitely I have to focus on my work, right? Because the company pay me. Like, it's a very hard communication process if I want to make my ideas executed when I, like new ideas, when I talk with my leaders, they automatically will diffuse me, like they reject me. So maybe I can choose to leave this company to do my own startup, right? So for me, like I prefer that way. That may be more, sounds more like rationally for me. So I didn't see any like how is to communicate with like my leaders about these kind of crazy ideas. So I guess there's a problem here.
Well, if you are inside of a company and you have an idea that could generate another company, very important, so there is no reason why your company cannot facilitate you, to stimulate you, and if necessary, to give you a participation in the new project so if they are interested in launching this, and you have the idea, and you have been thinking about this, and so why not?
Yeah, the thing is,
So
yeah.
I know, I teach this because I've seen this happening in some cases and being very good for the company. So they have not been losing people. For instance, last week, a Spanish company called Puig, P-U-I-G, was listed in the stock exchange. It was valued at 4 billion euros. No, it was valued at almost 17 million euros. 4 billion is what they sell per year, and they have a net profit of around 400 million. So very good. So this company makes fragrances and a bit of fashion. So selling 4 billion. So I have been in the board of this company in the past, and when I joined the board, it was losing money. But then a son of one of the big shareholders, he had done an MBA at the Harvard Business School, and well, I thought, why not putting this person, because I was asked, what would you do? And well, he has done a fantastic work, transforming the company it's very international. So they are all over the world, even in China. So when I was in the board, I saw that they were not in China, and I said, my God, why you are not in China? And I was told, well, the Chinese, we have an advisor in close to in Taiwan, and he has told us that the Chinese don't use fragrances because for them, using fragrances is like entering the life of others, and it's not. And I said that the Chinese not use fragrances.
You said
and I told
Fragrance.
fragrance.
fragrance, yeah.
Oh, fragrance.
And I told them, look, I had to go a few weeks ago to see the president of Waterhouse in China, and his office was in the 33rd floor of a big building. And I had to go. He invited me to go for lunch with him, the president of Waterhouse in China, and I asked him to have a bit early the lunch because I had a busy afternoon with many visits. So we had the lunch, and then I left, and there was, because we had the lunch in the 33rd floor, and I took the big elevator. The elevator was huge, but the elevator was stopping in every floor, and a few girls entered the elevator, and they were young women working for Pricewaterhouse, but they were going to lunch, and they were entering the elevator, and well, all of them had fragrances. So when we reached the bottom, probably there were 50 girls inside the elevator, and I was hauling for the tremendous level of fragrance that was inside of the elevator. So I said, and who says that the Chinese don't use fragrances? Maybe when they were a very poor country, they didn't spend the money with fragrances. But as these ladies are working for Pricewaterhouse, doing a good job in China, they said, okay, and we are going to use the same fragrances as the best people of Pricewaterhouse in New York. So, and well, finally they believed me, and they went, and of course, they sold.
As I understand right now, currently, if you economically or financially available or supportive, the young ladies or whatever, they will have whatever the fragrance or makeups they can purchase, or so they will share and enjoy.
Yeah.
I think for the older generation, maybe not that much, but for now, new one, as I know, they use it quite a lot,
No.
or whatever.
Yeah, you have in China, if you go to a commercial center, by the way, if you visit another country, visit a commercial center. It gives you a very good idea of what there is in the country. But if you need to go year after year or to that country, visit the commercial center, and you will see if the country goes well, how the commercial center is changing. Because you will see, of course, that there is a lot of science in this commercial center. So the people who are putting shops there is because they expect to sell. And this means how the country is going. So since I have practiced this always, so I am, well, when I go to China almost every month, and then I am going to a hotel that is just very close to a commercial center. So I try to get half an hour at some point, and I go through the commercial center, and this gives me a clear idea. So I can tell you, China is recovering very well from the crisis.
Yeah, I think it's a very good way for you or for anyone to get a sense of this country changing over time,
Yeah.
economically or financially.
But in the United States, it's the same. You can go to a commercial center and you learn a lot.
Yeah, I think by Yang Li's question, if I understand it correctly, if you have a great idea, you want to sell it, right? I think the first one is that the other one received you will have the same requirement or need. If both of you get connected easily, you can sell easily. However, like two people, woman and man, they get together, they have to have both mutual like each other and benefit each other. See? If not, you have a very difficult task to convince your partner or your target or whatever, your boss to accept you. But you can't, you could if you sell harder or negotiate or whatever. Lay down your proposal. So those doable, eventually let other part to accept you, but you have the number two task to do that, to convince. That's what I can see, your idea will be sold or not. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
I have one question.
okay.
I'm still focusing on your judgment. It's hard for the United States enterprises to do business in China. Meanwhile, for China companies to do so in the United States. But I don't think the judgment or the conclusion will last forever, right? So, for example, my question is, when will your conclusion will come to an end? For example, maybe 2035 or 2050, and why?
Well, I think that in the world we live, negotiations are crucial. So, if an American company wants to go to China, it's not adequate to give the information to the press, because so it's better to think, how can I do this? Who can help me in China? What consultants, what executives? But all of this in a very discreet way. So, and at the end, you can probably succeed. So there is a Chinese who was a former student for my school in China that he decided to launch a company selling medical equipment and did very well in China, then started exporting this to other countries, worked very well, and then decided to export that to United States. And when tried to export here, he was called by the distributor saying, well, the government is not allowing us. So he went to United States and talked to the people who had created problems, and they told him, how do you believe that we can have in United States, in hospitals, equipment that says made in China? So the people in the hospital would be afraid of being treated with an equipment that says made in China. Well, this guy started going to one people to another, very, very softly, and succeeded in listed his company in the New York Stock Exchange. First Chinese company to be listed in the New York Stock Exchange. So, well, if you have a company listed in the New York Stock Exchange, you cannot say you cannot sell in United States. So he is one of the wealthiest Chinese today. His company is so very honest person, very helpful to my school. But it is possible to solve the problems through negotiation, through using, something I learned is that if I am in a negotiation and somebody has an idea that I disagree, telling him or her, "Oh, what good idea!" And then from this positive way, keep negotiating until you transform the idea in what you believe that has to be done. But always not saying, "Stupid, how do you think this?" No, saying, "Oh, you are fantastic, very good idea, so let's keep developing it." So humble negotiation is always positive. Humble negotiation. So that the other person negotiating with you believes that he has or she has succeeded in the negotiation.
Another example, what we see that the other day I heard the news, the very popular Chinese electric car is called BYD.
Yeah.
It's right now it's very competitive with the Tesla. Even Elon Musk is saying, oh, okay, this car cheaper and better than ours. So, but when the BYD try to enter the American market, it's got to be very hard to compete into the American market because protection, car protection. So those things, not talking about a political conflict, interest, or secret or whatever, we can deal with that, like a TikTok. I'm talking about the car right now is better or cheaper, but you cannot enter the other side, the market. What do you think this political or governmental protection will preventing the free trade to go into the opposite country, the other country? So it's going to be,
Well,
very, to me, it's very
3 weeks ago,
tricky.
3 weeks ago, I attended a big event in Barcelona for the investment of Chery, a Chinese car manufacturer that is going to launch a plant in Barcelona. The plant used to be a plant of Nissan. Nissan had problems in Japan, so they left. And I had already talked to Chery years ago about, I talked to Gili also, but Chery was very, very interested. So the event, I managed to, even the president of Spain came, so the king of Spain came, so there was a big event, lots of people, very positive for Chery. So Chery is going to have this plant and produce cars in Barcelona, and there are all kinds of manufacturers of components. So I calculate that they are going to generate at least 10,000 jobs there. So, which is very, very important. So also, I prefer that this plant is in Barcelona than the plant is in Italy or in Germany or wherever. So I think that you have to be a bit humble, a bit active, and do things that make sense. So we are going to keep using cars. Chery BYD are very important companies. They are new, okay, they are new, but they have been very well managed. In Geely is Mr. Li Shufu. Mr. Li Shufu has been a former student at my school in China, and he is a fantastic guy. If I can bring BYD, I already told them, but Chery was faster than them.
If this product is not in the country, or in Spain in this case, it makes more sense introduce import or technology or plan cheaper or better products. But here in the United States, there's a couple EV cars already. So they're already dominant in this market here. And now you want to introduce the BYD into this competitive market. And Tesla will say, hold on, I am making a big contribution to the government tax. Now you can introduce this BYD here, and they're going to eat my market share. So in this case, it's very difficult, or the steps will be, for the BYD will much harder to get into, right? And you have to negotiate, of course, many departments or the manufacturer, such as Tesla or others.
When BYD, as I say, I know the CEO, Mr. Geely, and he was in my school, and he bought Volvo. So Volvo was one of the leading companies in Europe, but was acquired by Ford. Ford paid more than $6 billion for the acquisition of Volvo. But then Ford had lots of problems, and then they started selling the companies that they had acquired. Ford was going to go bankrupt. The United States government helped them not going bankrupt. But then they were selling everything. So Li Shufu bought Volvo for 1,500 million. So Ford had paid 6 billion, and he acquired the company for 1.5 billion. So, but nobody else in the world was interested. So Ford tried to do everything, but couldn't. So ended selling the company to these Chinese. But then these Chinese immediately started making money. Why? Because if the distributors of Volvo thought that the owner, Ford, was going to go bankrupt, they were not buying Volvos. But when they saw that it had been acquired by a Chinese that had money, they said, okay, send us Volvos. So Li Shufu started making money immediately. But some executives from Volvo told me, what is going to happen with this guy? Because I knew people from Volvo, and I said, don't worry. And 6 months later, they were telling me, it's fantastic. He comes here, is looking what we do. He says that we are doing very well, and he tells us, look, if you need more money for R&D, ask me. So he kept the management, but with the management motivated, the company started from almost going bankrupt to going fantastically well. So this shows, but this is the situation of an automotive company like Volvo. Yeah?
Can I have a quick question? When you talk about negotiation, people focus on getting 2 years. But I very, very impressed by you, and it was a humble negotiation, humble negotiators. Can you kind of share a story? And because look, you raise money from all these top companies. How is humble conversation and negotiation taking place? Humble conversation.
Well, being humble is not being an actress. Is a way of being. Is a way of respecting others. Is a way of not thinking I am God. So, and I think that this is helpful. This is something that, well, I had even written books on values because it's important to use values in management, and being humble is something very, very important. So for all the presentations that we have seen here are much better than mine. So
do you think
this is being humble.
Do you think your humble negotiation works if your rival is the one company of the United States? I mean, humble negotiation maybe works in somewhere or some countries, but according to my opinion, I don't think it will work in the United States. I want to listen to your opinion and judgment. Okay.
No, but I don't think that we should say Americans are arrogant, Chinese are humble. No. You have Chinese that are arrogant and Americans that are humble. So values are universal, and I think that we all can have these values, and we must think about this and consider this and use them. Well, I think that for values, in spite of values, we have to have lunch, no?
I think these against our appreciation, respect, and humble. Of course. And lunch now, okay. And thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah.
那好哈，在今天正式开始之前哈，我们中午有了非常好的音乐，所以我想为了感谢这些音乐家，我们送个小礼物啊，千里送鹅毛，礼轻情意重啊。So before the afternoon session start, I'd like to thank for the musicians who made the concert wonderful. Number one is our famous President, American Academy of World Music, Guo Yazhi, who traveled all the way with us to Omaha to listen to Warren Buffett. Today he couldn't make it to Omaha this year, so I brought a small gift to Yazhi Guo. Please. And George, please come here.
Oh, okay.
We thank for the musician who performed the music for us. That's George King.
Wow.
George, I would say he's my brother from another mother.
Wow.
And he make every connection from 99 West Cliff to international community in Boston possible for us. So, and also he's a musician. He performed all the time in symphony and also in New York. Carnegie Hall. So he's supposed to come this time with Woody, the journal, and Marvin, the the journal, and they couldn't make it. But next year, May 1st, they will try everything. And thank you very much. Before you, next time when you go, please use this.
Yeah. Next time you can wear this. All right. Wow, what is this?
This is athletic.
Athletic.
Now I have to go to the gym.
Make you in better shape, right?
And
Better
where's
shape.
I hope
Wu
I'm
Hao?
not skinny.
Wu Hao.
Wu Hao.
Wu Hao, come on.
Dr.
Wu Hao.
Wu is always the fixture
Yeah.
at this house because he's the first mover to spot the opportunity for this house. He always is a singer. So I brought a t-shirt from NASA because Wu Hao is not only famous doctor and outstanding singer, musician, collaborator, and he's an innovator. I think it's very in harmony with the spirit of NASA. So the music make our life wonderful, and this celebration of Mother's Day, we cannot thank enough for their music, bring our thoughts, our appreciation, high, deep attitude to our mothers, our family. Thank you very much. So please make together another one. One more gift.
What?
Congratulations.
More father. All right.
Photos, absolutely.
Okay. Today's Mother's Day, but the father is all standing here. Mother's Day. Today. Oh, okay.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Let me-
I cannot wait.
Remember,
For all the ladies.
last year, May 20, which,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we had my personal concert.
Wow.
献给母亲的歌。
Yes.
We
Remember
are.
that
But
for Mother's Day
Where was
last
it?
year.
Where was
Last
it?
year.
Where?
We have a perform.
Where?
Right here.
Wow,
very successful.
and then which time passed, and that's life. My mother passed away last year,
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
November. Yeah, it due to the COVID.
Oh.
Yeah.
Even love her.
She had the COVID.
COVID.
While I was in China, and then when I came back, I saw her one time, but she was recovering. But suddenly she became worse again. Within one day, she passed away.
In the hospital or in the
In the
hospital? Wow. Sorry. So sorry.
So if I ever had the cancer again, seems like my mother is not there. Yeah.
So, warm them.
Remember?
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yes. And also a very important gift to Zhao Yuan, because Zhao Yuan always help us to plant the trees. His wife brought xiangchun shu, 10 of them.
What is that?
Today I want to bring this small tree
Wow.
to Zhao Yuan and the family, wishing
Wow.
prosperity for his family and everybody. And also I remember when we first planted the tree in the backyard, the mother of Zhao Yuan was with us. And now the tree is in blossom, we produce fruits. But hopefully this small tree will bring the more success, prosperity, and happiness, and a good memory and appreciation for the mothers.
Wow.
of Zhao Yuan.
Wow, this what a special gift, right?
Okay.
She said it's my mother-in-law.
Oh.
Last year she passed away, so sorry. So, but this one also for my wife and my mother-in-law, of course, for all mothers, hopefully, right? I have to keep this forever, right? Because we have to keep it alive, I keep it well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So if time allows, I plan to have another concert this year.
Wow.
How about tonight? Because I'm leaving tomorrow. So tonight, the concert.
And also, before the lecture starts, I would jointly with Zhao Yuan to introduce next speaker. Actually, it's the important speaker in Omaha. We learned so much because he's not only an educator, he's a visionary. He's not only a teacher, he's a practitioner. He's not only a person doing it, he lead the army of students, lead the top agriculture business in China. top Chinese agriculture owners in China. So the vision for Professor Fu, I already heard the lecture, is Chinese agriculture business going global, going to US. We together with the agriculture business in Houston, and we possibly will visit again to Professor Peter Nero country, Spain, to see what Spain is doing in their agriculture business. Professor Fu currently is the director of MBA Education Center at the China Agriculture University. He's one of the leading founders. He is one of the leading founders of China Agriculture MBA Education in China. He has rich experience in enterprise management and investment. From 2005 and 2011, he served as the president of 4Q9A8258 Group, which is one of the most important companies in agriculture food industry in China, and achieved remarkable results. He is a leading expert in field agriculture business management in China. He has given lectures at Yale, Columbia, Richard Levy School of Business University, Western Ontario, and other famous universities, including Boston International Business School today. And he is the Executive Vice President of China Agriculture University Entrepreneur Alumni Association and the Chairman of the Alumni Investment Fund. So I want to see the similarities Professor Fu shared with our very respected founder and Dean of Boston International Business School. Is they not only share students' vision, but he do it with them. So when at Omaha and in Houston, I had a lot of time, private conversation with Professor Fu. He said, why we do education? Do we want in education to make money, or we want to really to share sincerely what we know, to really to cultivate the talents who can lead the change for the future and humanity? And I think one thing really touched me deeply. He couldn't make his students study under his supervision for free. He found a way to fund it. And also, he started a similar way, like Professor Nero did, is a venture capital fund. The same, he shared alumni investment fund to seeds the ideas, from ideas to actions to success. So, okay, so we also
Singing here again?
no, no, but okay.
We have two tenors.
We have two tenors.
because
We're singing it one more time. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so without further ado, and let's all of us after lunch and the concert warmly welcome Professor Fu and to give us the lecture. The lecture topic is global perspective and opportunities for Chinese agriculture companies. Okay.
Good.
Thank you. Professor Friedrich just arrived.
Yeah.
Just arrived. We wanted
Thank
to
you.
acknowledge him. He's a German ambassador to North Korea.
And China.
Thank you very much. Also, very, very importantly, Professor Boston International Business School. Yeah.
Okay. What I want to say is that, as I explained, I have a lot of experience in events and things like that. But this one is one of the best I have been.
Thank you.
Fantastic people, fantastic organizer, excellent.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're gonna have a script. Lecture now, right? Yes. Later. Huh?
可以吗？
Okay. 傅老师到那个到华盛顿吗？
不到，
不到。
下一次。
那边有一个很大的农业研究中心。
对 ，April 的那个。
我的同事都是研究农业。
对。
Just want to fix some technical
Problem. Okay.
Okay, let's start.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Long and Neil. And thank you, everybody.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
3 Mother's Days.
And thank you to make the Mother's Day is very special. And also make the forum very special. So a short break for concert. The concert will go on tonight. So very special, right? Very special. So I'm from China. I'm from China Agricultural University. I'm teaching business. I'm teaching agribusiness actually. So Neil is Professor Neil is our teacher in MBA education, and he is the pilot and pioneer in this area. And I'm the agribusiness MBA education starts from me. So Tom is my student. Is my MBA student. He's now studying in Boston. So besides, I'm a teacher. I'm also investors. So I have experience of company management. So I've been served for one of the biggest agribusiness company in China for almost 10 years. So you know Hope Group. The Hope Group is one of the biggest agribusiness. I've been served as the CEO and the president of one of the branch groups. And I make 3 of the companies go public. So this, and I also now we have a venture capital. The money is from alumni. So and all the money is going is for invest my students' companies. So I'm teaching and also investing. So this is my my background. And today I'd like to share with you. This is my New Year speech for my students. But I will briefly go through the PPT. Briefly go through the PPT. So firstly, I'd like to make a brief introduction about what is going on in China. So you know that the Chinese economy after the pandemic, Chinese economy suffer a lot. So the companies, the enterprises suffers. So it's not easy to make money. Not easy to make money. And then they after 40 years fast growth rate. So China economies now has a great challenge. I think a great challenge. So how to I think that the economy of China, the main reason for the economy, the problem is that we have overproductions, and also we have a very big income gap. So these 2 problems is I think is the main reason for the Chinese economy now. Because overproduction, so the competition is very strong in China. In China, we use the Chinese words 卷, 内卷. 卷 means a lot of competitor, the price is very low, So it's very tough for the companies. Very tough for companies. So another reason is that the China has a very big wealth gap, very big wealth gap. So very small part of the Chinese people have money. A big part of the Chinese are still low income, I think. So this is the main reason, main reasons. So the translation is not from me. So just a minute, just a minute. So I think that the China's economy now is just how to say it is like the circles. It's in the circles. So now it's in the bottom of the circle. So this is one. I think sometimes we worried about the Chinese economy, but that it is a circle. But now it's the bottom. It's not. It will go up. So don't worry about the Chinese economy. And also the great competition is a good thing for the industries. So, for example, the pig farming in China, so they suffer a lot, but the industries are going going better and better. So the Chinese, the big companies, they introduce the smart technologies, and in China, the biggest farm they use robots. They use robots, and also so the pig's house is very comfortable. So it's automatically the pig can have water, have feed. So it is because of the competition. So the industry is becoming better and better, better and better. So, and also the industry is becoming. 10 years ago, the Chinese pig industry is small size, but now it's getting bigger. The bigger size, the farms are becoming more and more. And also the whole chains becoming how to say it in English, 就是集聚起来 integrated. So yes, emerged, yeah, integrated. So I think these all these changes because of the computation. The computation make the industry becoming better and better because the pigs, the companies, they have to introduce, made a lot of innovations to becoming more competitive. Yeah. So you'll see that some of data, the Chinese pig farming is advancing rapidly. So. Okay, the first so the next time I will tell some of story of my students. So some of the companies, the business is getting better. Some is not bad. So, but most of my students, their business is getting better. It's getting better. It's because of this guy. This guy, his business is bean sprouts. Bean sprouts. Do you know the bean sprouts? Yeah. It's made of the green bean and soybeans. Soybeans. So his company is now the biggest in China. The biggest in China is surely the biggest in the world. Surely is the biggest in the world. He had 40 factories all over China, and they have 4 factories more each year. So it's grow rapidly. So you know that the bean sprouts, the industry in China has a very long history, maybe more than 1,000 histories, 1,000 years of histories. And the bean sprouts is all year round vegetable, all year round vegetables. So it's and also healthy and nutritious. The bean sprouts in China is very important. Very important because in winter, especially in the northern part of China, so the vegetable is difficult to get. So the bean sprouts will be the most important vegetables. So, and this company, they made a lot of innovations. You know, in China, the bean sprouts factory is very small, and some of the factories is run by couple of husband and wife. So it's low efficient, and my students made a lot of innovations. He introduced the smart robots in these factories, so use less laborers, and also bean sprouts use a lot of waters. You know, the bean sprout put it in the water and it's coming out. So the water recycling is very important. Water recycling is very important. So he made a lot of innovation, and he worked with the universities and professors and experts to work together to use the new technologies to make the water recycling. So this can increase the efficiency and also lower the cost. And but you know that the bean sprouts is from soybean. In China, this is in China now, the soybean we imported from America and South America. So this each year we imported the soybean about 100 million tons each year. And in China, we only can grow about 30 million tons. 30 million tons. And you know that the soybean is made for bean curd and made for bean sprouts is a little different from the soybeans made to make oil, and the most of the soybean grown in China is for bean curd. But now the soybeans is not enough for. So this guy have to have a global strategies. He have to import the soybeans and the green beans, green beans outside China, and also the spring is the bean sprouts, is also popular in the South Asia. It's also popular in South Asia. In Japan, we have spring sprouts. In Korea, their food, we have spring sprouts. In South Asia, Vietnam noodles, they have spring sprouts. So now he has a plan to open the factories in South Asia. So for the Chinese agribusiness companies, he is one of the example. One example. So he have to have the vision of globalizations, because the materials, the soybean, he have to import soybeans, and also now in China, the bean sprouts, the business is very competitive, and his technology is advanced, much more advanced than that in South Asia. So there is a great potential for their business in South Asia. This is one example. Another one is that this beautiful girl, his business is peanut. The peanut is a special local peanut. We call it the colorful peanut because the peanut has colors. And this is mainly grown in Yunnan province. And her business now is about more than 1 billion, and has each year his business had a 50% growth. But now the problem for her is that there's not enough peanuts in China. So what she does is that to go South Asia, to Laos, to Burma and Thailand, because their land is very cheap. The land is very cheap, and but the people are lazy there. But the land is cheap. So you know that the land in China is very expensive. It's very expensive. So they have to find a cheaper land and the cheap laborers. So what she does now is go to Laos, to Burma, to Thailand, and because where the land is cheaper and the labor is cheaper. And also the peanut is also something like the snack food is also very popular in South Asia. So for the Chinese, for the Chinese agribusiness globalization, the first market is South Asia, because the culture is similar, so the market is similar to China. So and this is another student's stories. Peanut. This guy is the biggest organic vegetable farmers in China. He has about 85% of the organic vegetables shares in Hong Kong market. 85%. So he has a farm around China. And some is in Gansu province, northern part of China, northwest part of China, and some is in Yunnan, southeast part of China. Some is in Jiangxi and Shandong province. He had about 50
50,000. No. 不对，one mu acres.
50,000
Moles, yeah. And his model is that he helped the farmers, the local farmers. The local farmer had land, and then he gave them seed, and teach the farmers the technologies, and then he buy back. This is his models. So organic vegetables now in China is booming now. Is booming. Yeah. So this another student is a bamboo shoot king. Bamboo shoot king. His business focus on bamboo shoot kings. So my students, most of the students what I teach them is focus. Focus. This is the biggest in China. Biggest in China. 就是笋，就是笋，竹笋，竹笋，Okay, this is my students from Taiwan, but his business is in China. His business is in China. His business is a mushroom. 我的看法叫那个杏鲍菇 kind of mushroom. He is the biggest in China, and now he start to export his mushroom to United States and Europe. So this is four guys. Their business is agricultural equipment. The first one is one of the biggest. What is his business is something like the. Yeah, a dead body to deal with. 龙教授，你帮我解释一下，这个你知道的。Yeah.
Okay.
So I have to ask
I just learned, try to say,
You know what it is that? Yeah.
Farming process, some become dead in the process. So instead of to trash them, actually processing it and become fertilizer. Yeah.
So his business is the biggest in China. Is also maybe the second biggest in the world. The second in the world. He's the most competitor is from Europe. In Dutchland, maybe Dutchland. But now he has a great potential, and his business overseas is going up. It's mainly from South Asia and Middle East and the Middle East. So because in China we have cheap labor and their technology is becoming better and better. Actually, the most important reason is that we are a Chinese market is from how to say that. 就是什么意思呢？就是我们走过的路，现在越南、东南亚在走，我们有这个经验。
Okay, actually, China's success of agriculture business become a model. So they lead the neighboring countries like Vietnam or Burma or Indonesia, and they follow us as a Chinese model because it's proven to be productive.
So the equipment, because the farmers they have to spend a lot of money to buy equipment, but the equipment from European is very expensive, and also it's not 就是适应性不好。
Yeah, because the European agriculture industry machinery It's very, very advanced, but they are very, very expensive. But Chinese one is less expensive comparatively in marketplace, and also because of the similar agricultural conditions, adaptability is quite good.
So this is why the Chinese the company there, they know the market, they made a lot of innovations to meet the demands of the poor farmers. So this is why the Chinese some of the equipment companies, they have a very good business. Especially in the developing countries. I mean, in developing countries. And the second one is 是氮基孵化的那个最大的装备，中国。
The students, the second one, actually, he's the largest producer from
氮基装，不是，就是孵化。
The chicken who produce eggs. That's the largest.
The largest one.
Yeah.
And the third one, the third guy is something like irrigating system.
Yeah.
Irrigating system.
The third person in the middle, he's a leader in China agricultural innovation irrigation system.
Irrigation system. The first one is the smart farming in pig farming. Smart farming. Robot.
Smarter pig farming.
Robot. Robots.
They use a lot of automation by robots.
So compare with the European company and the United States companies, so the Chinese companies, they made a lot of innovations, because the farming in China is quite different from that in Europe and the United States. So they have to make a lot of innovations to meet the special demand. It's quite different from that of Europe. So
China agriculture success a very important factor just because they do such a good job in localization. The technology they learn, they make adjustment to fit in for the Asian agricultural conditions.
So this is why the Chinese company now has advantages over the European companies, because they know the market very much. Their technologies adapting, so yeah, something like that.
China agriculture machinery it's a very competitive in the global market. That's because the first one is because they have very good understanding of the local market condition. Second one because they made a very good job for adaptation to the local market in localization.
So, one question for Professor Hu.
Okay.
So, you mentioned Chinese companies have the advantages in the market, in Chinese market, in Southeast Asian market. But if they want to go to the market like Europe, US, this kind of high advanced market, I cannot see they're high advanced.
So makes sense.
So that's challenging for them, right?
Yeah, sure.
So do they want to go to that market, or they are just comfortable, or we're comfortable in Southeast Asia, so we just settle here?
They surely want to, but they have no advantages. For Chinese people, they 先把那个篮儿里面的钱先弄兜里再说吧。
The question, the answer for Professor Fu, yes, Chinese agriculture machinery business also have aspirations for European and American market. But Professor Fu said maybe that's the next step. The first step to really become a winner in your own territory. And then secondly, with the cooperation, maybe you aim to additional market. That's why they say, go to the sea. Actually, people say, what's the go to the sea? It's doing business globally. Okay?
Globally, yeah,
globally. Yeah.
So these two guys, they are business restaurant. The first guy is the biggest restaurant, is Hunan food. Hunan food is very, very spicy food. Hunan food is very spicy food. His business is the biggest in China, especially in Shenzhen. If you go to Shenzhen, Nonggengji, the boss is my student. So you know that because of the pandemic in China, the Chinese restaurant the business suffer a lot, and also the competition is very strong. So they have their own their strategies is going out. Hong Kong, Singapore, and South Asia, and also maybe he will come to United States. Hunan Cai, he had advantages. The Chinese food in the United States is not Chinese food.
Yeah.
It's not Chinese food.
It's Chinese food, but it's have adaptation to the local market in the US. It's loses flavor from China, but it's made a very good business in US. So localization is always a key factor. Okay, I just want to add to the comments.
So this guy's business is also very special. You know the sunflower seed. In China, we eat Chinese food, we drink Chinese tea, and we 嗑瓜子儿。we 嗑瓜子儿怎么说？ We eat melon seeds.
Sunflower seeds and watermelon seeds.
Watermelon seeds. So in China, in United States, you drink coffee with cakes. In China, we drink teas with seeds. This is something like the snack food in China. It's very special. It's very special.
Actually, we do it here too.
Too? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Right. No, I meant here. Right here.
Yeah.
Right here?
Right.
Oh, you got a melon seed?
Yeah.
You got a sunflower seeds? Okay. Oh my God. So.
When we meet new people, we meet new people or old friends.
Yeah.
It's special.
So sunflower is introduced from America in maybe 16th centuries to China, to China. And some sunflowers go to make oil, sunflower seed oil. But in China, mostly we use for food, for snack food, for snack food. So, I mean, the seed, about 10 years ago, 10 years ago, 种子是 seed 吧 ，seed is seeds. Seed is from American companies. But the seed from American company is good for make oil. It's not good for Chinese seed. So my students has to get some professor and an expert from the university, and for almost 10 years to develop this technology to the special seed for Chinese. For food. It's not for oil. Because if you eat more seed, it's just eating oil. So, and he also made some technologies because we eat the seed. It should be longer. Is easy for you. Because the seed is make the oil is a little wrong. 是比较圆的。所以他这个技术，他自己研发了这种技术，所以这个技术呢就是少油，然后又少油又好嗑，就是把那个形状又弄，它在这里
So
面。
they made an innovation, to make these products become easier to crack, and also it's less oil and more
Yeah, tasty. Yeah, something like that. The tasty, yeah, tasty. So his seed now is the top in the world. In this area, it's the top in the world. And now his global strategies is because in Middle East they also eat like this. The South Asia also. South Asia eat also. And in Turkey, there has a very good climate and land for growing sunflower seed. And now he will set a company there to develop the seed and help the Turkish farmers to grow. And he will set up a factory there and to cover the market of Middle East. So the silver story about my students is that, for example, bean sprouts, peanut, and Chinese food. So the Chinese company, they have their own advantages. I mean, if you have no advantages to go abroad, to go overseas, to development, so you have no ways. You have no ways. So these two is that lady's business is Peking duck. Peking duck. He's the biggest exporter of Peking duck in China, and also the world the biggest. The world biggest. The world biggest. He needs to make the Peking duck easy to cook and ready to cook. And ready and easy to cook. So now in Europe market, not in United States, the Peking duck, maybe 99% is from my students. 99% is from my students. He made a lot of innovation to make the easy to cook and ready to cook. And also the Peking duck in China now, the Peking duck in China is for rich people, but now that it becoming cheaper and good and cheaper. So this is the ladies. And the handsome guy's business is vegetables. It's vegetables. It's dry vegetables and 那个脱水的蔬菜。
It's a dry.
Dry. So yeah, dry is.
The fresh dried vegetables.
90% of its market is overseas, not in China. But in China, we have the fast food. The fast food. We get the 方便面 and the fast food noodles. They use the dry vegetables. And now we have the 预制菜.
Yeah, it's a kind of dishes. It's pre-made. Pre-made. Medics using the pre-seasoned, pre-made, and with very good refrigeration conditions, make it easier to use in the kitchen.
So for the vegetable, they have the firstly to grow vegetable, and second to clean the vegetable and made这叫什么叫净菜业务 What's the English for that? 净菜就是使它干净，然后又 processing. Is 就是 vegetable 给切好，然后包装好。
From farm to table, they made the process from farm to to table, very productive. Clean it, process it, cut it, package it, is ready to use, yeah.
Yeah, ready to use.
Yeah,
Ready.
to use.
It's ready to use.
Yeah.
Ready to use. Ready to use. This guy is a very special business. Is doing the moon cake and the 粽子. But we use special materials from 榴莲. 榴莲
Yeah,
英文
it's
is
special
special
kind of,
from
tropical
Thailand.
fruits. And they use that as, main characters.
This is the moon cake. You know, in China we usually eat at the Spring Festival. No, Moon Festival. Moon Festival. But the moon cake is not for eat. Is for you to give as a gift. As a present, as a seasonal present. He has to import 榴莲 from Thailand each year. A very large amount of 榴莲 import from Thailand. So this is my students' story. So their stories, what I do is that to find the students who can make change, to change the industry, and can be the leaders in the industry, even though the industry is small one. But they focus, and then I help them to do better business. And sometimes I invest money to my students. So this is what I do. This is what I do. Just like Professor Bezel, like that.
Hopefully you invest next World Cup.
No. So I think the time for question.
Yeah, let's open a few minutes question because we really are behind. Any questions? George?
How much land, or how much percentage of the land in China is arable and fertile? And what is the composition?
We got about 18亿亩。18亿亩是多少
1.8 billion more land in China.
Land in China.
What percentage of the land?
Is not enough. Is only enough for wheat, rice.
I see.
Only enough for. So in China, we're self-sufficient of the crops is wheat, maybe 99%, and the rice 99%, and for corn, it's about 97%. But the big challenge is soybeans, because soybeans is very special. Soybeans can be made for oil, food oil, I mean. And soybeans 是那个豆粕，那个英文怎么说来着？豆粕。
Residues of the bean processing.
Is for feed, animal feed. So soybean is very special in China. We have to import soybeans because we have not enough land for soybeans. Not enough. And also, the technologies, in China, 我们的亩产效率可能是美国的不到一半。
The land output efficiency possible less than 50% of U.S. productivity in agriculture.
这个原因呢，第一个原因跟转
Reasons are below.
就跟转基因有关系，就是中国现在不种转基因的大豆，跟这个有关系。第一个，第二是种植技术，种子都有问题。
One is the technology, another is certain kind of produce. China say they cannot do certain things with gene modified, maybe.
So in China, we have to have import agricultural products because we have not enough land. The land is guaranteed the security of the 主粮, the wheat and rice. We guarantee the wheat and rice. So we have to import soybeans, and also sometimes we import the meat, beef from
Australia.
Brazil, Australia, and so we have, because we have not enough land and grassland. So this is yeah.
In the United States, the topsoil is eroding. It used to be like 7 inches or something like that, and it's just minuscule now. So what's the composition of the soil in the farming districts in the agricultural sector?
你 soil 是什么意思？我没听明
The
白。
dirt.
Can you say it again, please, George?
Yeah, in the United States, the topsoil is eroding because of
Topsoil
bad
is什么？
agricultural practices.
Topsoil is what?
It's not as fertile.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
So I'm just wondering if it's the same condition in China. What is the composition and condition of the topsoil in
他
China
说在美
in
国
the
就是
agricultural sector?
表层的土，那个其实它不是很肥沃，但是在中国是不是也是这样？
那是。
Similar.
It's similar because of the all this is the result of Green Revolution.
The Green Revolution.
Yeah, because Green Revolution is started from the United States. As after World War II. Yeah. That's the truth. After World War II, some of the United States developed country to help the developing country to have enough food. So to teach the developing country to use more chemical, the fertilizer, to Pepsi, something like that. So they have very good, very high output, but the land is polluted. So this is the problem. So all China now, we have very serious problems, So we have to invest a lot of money and to make the earth, the soil becoming 生态的 ecological, yes, something like that. Yeah, use less chemicals and 这个专业跟那个黄教授一样。 Fertilizer, yeah.
10 times than US.
10 times, 10 times. Than average of the world. Than average of the world.
I visited not long ago, a couple of months ago or so, an industry in the north part of China, so close to Siberia, in that region, and they told me that there is a lot of agriculture there. This guy had something like, if I remember well, 16,000 hectares of land.
Yeah.
Several thousands of employees.
Yeah.
He had cows.
Yeah.
Also. He sold lots of milk to China, and he told me that the next step would be the Netherlands. So that he was going to open the company there. The results were fantastic in agricultural products, and they told me that in the north part of China there are many of these food industry companies that are going very well.
Yes. In China, we have
how to say that. We have the agriculture, the agriculture in the northeast China. The agriculture, we also has the agriculture something like that in the United States. Huge farms, and with advanced equipment, John Deere's. So it's several people run large areas of the farms. So in north of part of China, and also some in Xinjiang, province, in Xinjiang province. But most part of China, we have to something like Europe and Japan, because small land, small land. So in China, the agriculture is 多元的。
In China, agriculture have quite a diverse.
Diversified.
Yeah.
Diversified. Because we have huge land. We also have small part of land. It's just something like.
My school, we are doing programs in North China because it's a growing area.
Yeah, growing. It's growing. And also, now China is working with neighbor countries, because the neighbor countries such like some of the parts of the 那几个斯坦.
Okay. Pakistan and
Some of the stands, they have land, but they have no technologies. They have no laborers.
And no entrepreneurs.
No entrepreneur. No entrepreneurs. So this is why. So now in China is working with the neighbor countries. So use their land. You use the technology from China, and the laborers and the entrepreneurs from China. So we are working with that. But the agriculture is very special. It's special, something very sensitive, because the ownership of the land is a problem. And the labor is another problem. And also, import export so it's complicated. It's complicated because some Chinese company and some Chinese rich men, they like to buy land overseas, but buying land is not enough. Buying land. Some of the Chinese rich men buy land in Brazil. But only land, is because you have land, you have to have farmers, laborers, and the seed and some inputs, everything. And also logistic, transportation, port, something like that. So it's not easy. It's not easy. So for China, the best option is to work with the neighbor countries, and some maybe in Africa we can, because we have a huge population in China, so we have import. So most of the land that goes to guarantee the wheat and rice, and we have to import. For oil, for example, the self-sufficient rate for oil is only 35 about. So we have percent. So we have to import from 65% overseas import. So this is the problem. Any question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for Professor Fu. I think at the end of this lecture, here the conclusion is, so what is globalized, but the culture are quite different, but we have something in common, which is people need to live a happy life.
Happy life.
And live healthy life, and also live a longer life. That's everybody in common. So in order to achieve that, eat well is a foundation. So agriculture produces the foundation.
So what
for
we
humanity.
doing now is that so the transformation of the food system.
Yeah.
The food system is we to make the people healthy and also make the earth healthy, the double healthy. The people's healthy is you have enough food to eat, safe food, nutritious food. So this is for, and also we have to pay attention to the environment, to make the earth healthy. So this is standing
Yes.
yeah.
And thank you very much. And now,
Go away.
thank you very much. And Ambassador Frederick just entered the room.
Okay.
Fred just entered in, the ambassador from Germany to was ambassador from Germany to North Korea. I met with the president of North Korea at different occasions. Also was the vice ambassador from Germany to China, a consul general to Shanghai, and the consul general to Boston. And he was a scholar at Harvard, and also currently the professor who teaches international relations. George, could you please come and to introduce and your brother Frederick, warmly welcome. He will as a diplomat and serve in different regions of the world, have first-hand information about the geopolitics, and he will talk about the future of the United Nations in today's complicated geopolitical situation. Welcome, Ambassador Frederick.
I think we're introduced to him, but.
George have different version of introduction.
Well, because he's my friend.
Yeah.
So we do a lot of different things. But anyway, his background is even more developed than that. He's been in the diplomatic corps. Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to block you, you know.
Come to the middle, please, George.
He had studied, was it law, I think, in France? Something like this. Yeah, something like that.
Heart surgery and anthropology.
But he's sailing, right? We've been sailing together for a while. But he's been in the diplomatic service, I think, from the beginning of his working experiences. And he's been in Africa and Europe and so on. So it's a wealth of experience that he's bringing to the table to enlighten us about something of importance, I'm sure.
I'm sure I had a lot of experience and stories.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's a wealth of
Yes, most of them being true.
Most of them.
That's important.
Which is the more interesting.
So, Ambassador Frederick is not only operating in the context like the United Nations, globally, from America to Europe to Asia, and also at home is a quite international atmosphere. And the wife is a dear sister of us, and from Sichuan province. And the daughter, beautiful, trilingual, artist, pianist, and dancer, and a lot of things. And also the daughter is students for us he took a piano lessons with us. So we are deeply honored because the brotherhood, from George King. So we had a good fortune to get to know Frederick and Ambassador in a very intimate situation. And I think the first time I met him was in Boston Harbor. We both like a co-captain to navigate the boat in the
And we made
the
it back.
ocean.
And we made it back.
We made it back safely.
Yeah, that's important.
I was assistant to the captain in that situation.
Were you assistant to the captain?
I was assistant to the captain.
Oh, there we go. Someone was in charge anyway.
I was a deckhand.
So warmly welcome
welcome,
for the lecture, Future of United Nations.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder whether this should be a lecture or rather
a conversation. I will start with a question to all of you. Could you please give me a show of hands as to who has some more intimate knowledge or who has had some more intimate interaction with the United Nations? Yeah, one, yes. And so, and I'm asking because I don't want to bore you with deep background points that you might not fully understand and thus be unable to appreciate. Let me start by saying that Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, the second Asian Secretary General of the United Nations, said about 15 years ago that if the United Nations didn't exist, it would have to be invented, or something similar would have to be invented. We had heard similar statements before, and we've heard similar statements since, but there have also been lots of question marks about the United Nations, because right now what we're seeing is that the main central innovative organ of the United Nations, namely the Security Council, the organ that was meant to safeguard, maintain, and if need be, even enforce international peace, has been paralyzed or semi-paralyzed, has been not very effectual. And this has been the fault of the central core group at the Security Council, which is the Security Council, no, which is the permanent 5 members of the Security Council. Before I come back to this subject, I'd just like to briefly talk about how the United Nations came into existence and what the background history was. You may have heard that people talked about the long 19th century and as compared to the short 20th century. Because we could argue that the 19th century already started with the French Revolution. And the French Revolution initiated a kind of bourgeois century. The bourgeoisie took power, the crowns and kings and emperors and sultans were still there, but they were clearly on the way out. They didn't initially know that, but things became very clear in 1918, at the end of the Second World War, at the time of the monarchies in Europe, at least of the monarchies with actual power, was just about over. And in this long 19th century, 3 revolutions took place. First, a revolution in governance, as I just told you. It started with Europe being governed by crowns, and it ended with the whole of Europe either becoming republics or parliamentary monarchies. That means monarchies without real power. The second revolution was the Industrial Revolution. The industry developed at such a pace that this also led to a third revolution, which is the revolution in military affairs, the revolution in warfare. When this long 19th century started, we still had traditional confrontations of groups of soldiers who were fighting each other or who were trying to cut off the supply lines in their rear or in their sides in order to win a war. And when this long 19th century ended, we could talk in the military field with some justification about industrialized killing industrialized carnage, and thence a whole new dimension of fighting, in fact. And these revolutions led in the second half of the 19th century to a series of major wars. Just to mention, 1866 confrontation between Prussia and Austria, which the Austrians lost and demoted them from the status of real great power. 1870, 1871, the war between Prussia, essentially, and other German territories against France, which led to the foundation of the German Empire. And then 1914 to 1918, the First World War, which started as an intended series of minor campaigns, which should have ended after about 3 months of fighting. But as we know, it took 4 years. It took trench warfare. It took a war of attrition that decimated a whole generation of young men to come to the demise of all these crowns and of all these empires. And we had then, after just about 20 years of, well, regaining force of taking some kind of rest and reconsideration. It was in 1937 that, in fact, the Second World War started in faraway China from a European perspective. In 1939, with Hitler's attack against Poland, and it lasted until 1945, when both attackers, Japan and Germany, were defeated and had to agree to unconditional surrender, which was also something new in the history of major wars. And so after First World War and after the Second World War, the whole world was united in being horrified at the losses and in aspirationally crying out, never again, never again. Never again after the First World War, because of the new dimension of industrialized killing, and after the Second World War, in addition to that consideration, the memory of a totally senseless act of mass genocide that had happened, triggered by the Germans, and that was the Holocaust. And it was on the basis of this never again that the United Nations was founded, which was an organization that looked very much like its predecessor organization, the League of Nations, which was created in order to collectivize security and in order to make relatively sure, through the coming together and through joint action of the major powers of the world, that a new war could not break out. As we know, the League of Nations failed for a number of reasons, which lay in its structure, which also lay in the determination of some of its major member states, who one by one left the League of Nations, to have a kind of First World War second round, taking revenge for the defeat or for the defeats inflicted upon these First World War powers. And the worst thing about the Holocaust was, as I always said in my former function, in my former German governmental function, when being asked about it, that it offered, first of all, it offered a solution for a problem that didn't exist. And this solution was radical, it was simple, and it was totally wrong. And let me just say as I've said so many times again, I would have been willing to discuss the question of Hitler's Nuremberg laws against the Jews if it had made any sense. Because Hitler and his people tried to define the existence of a so-called race by connecting people to a few generations of a certain religion, namely Judaism. And this is like saying that I define a Catholic race or a Buddhist race. And as we all know, this doesn't really make sense because Buddhism is a religion and no race. And so the whole quote-unquote philosophy behind Hitler's reasoning was nonsensical. But at any rate, in 1945, we had a year zero where the United Nations was born, and this in the United Nations was based on three principles. First was maintenance, preservation, and if need be, enforcement of world peace and security. Secondly, safeguarding and if need be, development of human rights. And the third principle was good relations between the peoples of the world for the furthering of equitable and sustainable development. Those were the early days, but then, as we all know, the Cold War intervened, and the main organ of the United Nations, namely the Security Council, became dysfunctional because there was always one or the other of the permanent 5 members of the former great powers to be willing to cast a veto. And so, but the United Nations took on tasks that were feasible. Decolonization was one, and perhaps the most important of them, which soon swung towards concerns of development. But as it is with a pendulum, there are always extreme positions that are taken. And when the pendulum swings back, we come to more balanced judgments. And in the United Nations, it did happen that a right to development was defined by a General Assembly resolution, which sounds great, and which also reflects the spirit of the time where the developing countries just insisted on making progress. But it also had its own problems, because when we have a right, we have to ask for its enforcement. And this is a problem when we are talking about states, because states have to self-enforce. Otherwise, there is no policing instance above them. And if they are unwilling to enforce what should be the law of the land, of the world, then we have disappointment, we have growing anger, and we have dysfunctionality in the organizations attached to these aspirations. The United Nations were, in other words, they were weakened by 4 cardinal afflictions, as the author Thomas Weiss stated some 15 years ago. There was a rigid prioritizing of state sovereignty in the United Nations, which restricts the international decision-making on transboundary problems. So the fact that the United Nations Charter is a multilateral treaty concluded by states who are its masters is does not only constitute the constitution of an international organization, but it also represents and leads to an inherent weakness. Secondly, another weakness of the United Nations is a dated and divisive member state set of groupings and useless diplomatic theatrics. I could give you stories was mentioned for hours, of how the United Nations in its meetings has wasted time by insisting on state sovereignty on the one hand, by block-to-block confrontations, and by diplomatic histrionics. A third weakness of the United Nations is its decentralized, chaotic, and wasteful nature. At least one can argue this way. I would add, beyond this author, that this decentralized nature also has its strengths. Because when you have an overarching organization that deals with world politics as such, you have a sounding board of the world, as the United Nations General Assembly is also called. But when you have specialized agencies, like World Health Organization, the World Labor Organization, UNESCO, World Intellectual Property Organization, etc., these organizations have their own politics, but they concentrate on one or two or three subject matters. And when you have to concentrate on substance, you are more likely to come about with substance-oriented solutions rather than with great power confrontations. And the fourth weakness of the United Nations is, sorry to say, low productivity of the United Nations bureaucracy and often underwhelming leadership. We had a classical case of the latter in the wars of Yugoslavia's breakup, when a United Nations peacekeeping force was commanded from a department in New York that had a leader from a country where it is customary to hesitate, to evaluate, to seek consensus, and who was thus unable to go beyond relatively narrow times, a mandate of rules of engagement, and that led to the possibility for the Serbian troops to encircle a group of 7,500 men and boys from Bosnia, and to have them killed in the infamous massacre of Srebrenica. Now, after having said this, we all come to the not so surprising question, which is, can the United Nations be reformed? There is a saying in German soccer that after the match is before the match. That means we are looking ahead, we are looking to the future, and we don't dwell so much about past shortcomings, of which there are many. And some of them I'm going to quote to you. Such as, you can ask me about more details if you're interested. I'm just mentioning the oil for food scandal that included Iraq and many United Nations employees, and which even led to the question as to whether Secretary General Kofi Annan might have known something about such corruptive attitudes within the United Nations system. Saddam Hussein, by the way, who was then still the dictator of Iraq, is reported to have earned $12 billion from this oil for food operation, which the United Nations messed up. Another shortcoming was the concern about the Human Rights Commission, one of the main organs to help the General Assembly to promote human rights. And the Human Rights Council was afflicted by the problem that some of the main human rights violators were elected to the Human Rights Council at a time when the United States, for the first time, was quote-unquote punished by the General Assembly by not being re-elected as a semi-permanent member of the United Nations Human Rights Council. And guess what? The United States took revenge. As I heard recently, someone saying that don't get angry, get even. So the United States proposed withholding its dues owed to the United Nations. Rather publicly, but I can also say that I recently heard that again this year the United Nations, the United States is always late at paying its assessed dues to the World Organization, which sounds harmless because if you know that I'm going to pay a number of months late, you still can calculate your budget. But the United Nations system works so that only when they have a guarantee for payment, they can start budgeting and they can start asking for applications, for instance, to accompany the next General Assembly. So you need additional staff. You have to hire them, but there is an application and selection process. And if you get the okay for the monetary funds to come in, it might be too late to find appropriate good staff. And then you know, as of now, that next General Assembly in September will be partly dysfunctional for technical reasons. And of course, it is normal that an outcry should follow, calling for immediate and thorough reform of the United Nations. Not to speak, on the other hand, of overstaffing here and there, which is a natural tendency of international organizations. And then once you have overstaffing, what you do, obviously, you call for cutbacks. And so here again, the pendulum swings. You have pork, which is not warranted and not needed, and then the pendulum swings back. You have a thorough cutback of United Nations staff. And Secretary General Boutros Boutros-Ghali, the Egyptian semi-permanent deputy foreign minister, the United Nations staff was cut by 10,000 employees at the behest of the United States. But this does not overcome the weakness I just mentioned in terms of having a planned and regular budgeting process. There were rape stories in the peacekeeping mission in the Central African Republic, and there were weaknesses in the peacekeeping missions in the Sudan, in Congo, in Haiti. Just as to Haiti, you may remember that peacekeepers brought cholera to a state that was already suffering enough from all sorts of weaknesses. And this story has remained stuck in the collective memory of the Haitians to the present day. When it came to the enforcement of the right to protect, a new invention a new development by the Human Rights Branch of the United Nations. It didn't really work because there used to be a confrontation between the so-called communists and the so-called capitalist bloc. And I could go on for that for a long time. Just want to point out that when it came to reforming the UN, the Russian Federation's representative rejected all reform proposals that might infringe upon the veto power enjoined by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. He even said that he was warning against attempts to realize reform through a purely arithmetic process or with a simple stroke of a pen. In other words, there may be a mess, but the mess is useful for our purposes, and that's why we leave it where it is. Whereas Singapore, a small but dynamic, small tiger state in Southeast Asia, cast doubt on the effectiveness of the whole negotiation process. And so we come to a sort of intermediate conclusion, which is not mine, but I'm just borrowing the wording of the not so infamous American writer Mark Twain, who said, guess what? I said, I never make predictions, especially when concerning the future. But I know that you would be totally disappointed, not just a little bit, if this was my ending. I could tell you a joke afterwards about this if we have time, but I want to connect this negative assessment of parts of the work of the United Nations by moving fast forward to the last report by the Secretary General of the United Nations, by this great Portuguese former Prime Minister, who suggested an agenda for 2030, looking ahead for the next 6 years, and then starting from the 2 last steps made in the forward development of the United Nations, namely the Millennium Goals, Millennium Development Goals from 2000 to 2015, and then to the Sustainable Development Goals from 2015 onwards, whereby the Millennium Development Goals were focusing on mainly poverty reduction in all its aspects and states. And the Sustainable Development Goals were a kind of making more precise and more measurable and more easy to manage of those Millennium Development Goals. Now the Secretary General is concretely proposing 4 broad areas for renewed solidarity between peoples and future generations. One is a new social contract anchored in human rights. So human rights first. Then better management of critical global commons. In other words, climate change must be high on the agenda, because otherwise we will have no earth to live on. And the Secretary General advocates for better management also of global public goods that deliver equitably and sustainably for all of us. That means, if I may read this litany to you, 12 concrete points. One of them is leave no one behind. Secondly, maybe it should be the first one, protect our planet. Third, promote peace and prevent conflicts. Fourth, abide by international law and ensure justice. Fifth, place women and children and girls at the center of UN efforts. Sixth, build trust. Seventh, improve digital cooperation. Eighth, upgrade the UN machinery. Ninth, ensure sustainable financing. 10th, boost partnerships between international organizations, states, and civil society. Listen to and work with youth is the 11th precept. And finally, be prepared for anything that might come. Another aspect of future developments in the United Nations is Security Council reform. You know, we have 10 non-permanent members that are elected every 2 years for a two-year term. And we have the 5 permanent members, the former great powers of the time before the Second World War. And we have 4 medium-sized powers who would like to have a permanent seat on the Security Council, which are Brazil, India, Japan, and Germany. And whenever they seem to be close to being admitted as permanent members with fully fledged veto power, then somehow their efforts are overtaken by new events that put their efforts on a back burner. I would also like to mention that there for sure there are powers who would love to say no to admitting these 4 new members, but they don't have to because they know that other states will do their job. Just to give you an example, I'm pretty sure that if it came to a vote and Japan was standing as a permanent member, one of its neighboring states, I dare not mention which one, would say no. And others who are against enhancing Japanese role could then behind this one big power to say no. Similarly, for Germany, similarly for Brazil, because it does have competitors in Latin America. And so, yes, the Security Council reform is very high on the agenda, but unfortunately, yes, it is likely to remain there for a long while. The Security Council reform is absolutely necessary because otherwise the Security Council will be as unrepresentative as it is now, because some of the P5 are no longer great powers. If you want to hear more about this, you have to ask me. And other states feel that they should follow the US principle of no taxation without representation. In other words, if we have to pay for the major part, for a very large part of UN revenue, we also want to have a stronger say in where it goes, and that means permanent membership in the Security Council. And then And then finally, the 17 interconnected sustainable development goals, but that are all concentrating on ending poverty, protecting the planet, and fighting inequalities, will be at the starting point of the Summit of the Future that is going to happen in New York in September during the General Assembly. And we'll see where things are going. I believe that in the midterm future, the United Nations will be an organization that will have to set norms, it will have to monitor norms, it will have to do its best to move forward an agenda. It will have to help create partnerships and it will have to make sure that its weaknesses are not going to be repeated, such as its weakness to effectively respond to crises like Srebrenica, as I mentioned, or Rwanda. It will have to improve its handling of future pandemics, which are likely to come. It will have to concentrate more in its more or less independent subordinate agencies, because they have the capability, as I already said, to concentrate on concrete issues that are not likely to be affected too much by great power politics that tend to block each other. And I would like to end here and give you the opportunity to ask questions or to deepen individual points that I touched upon or may not have touched upon. Thank you very much. Any questions, any answers, any criticisms? Yeah. Not long enough, for instance.
One question for you, Frederick.
Please.
So, yeah, it's very deep talking, very
No, just
hard.
pointing.
I mean, from my perspective as a scholar in sustainable development, sustainable finance, I care more about collaboration. So the global collaboration. But it seems a little bit drama or tricky that a lot of conflicts happening, right? So UN as a goal to pull forward the collaboration, you said just now a lot of problems, right? So I guess, I mean, like, my question for you is, as you mentioned just now in your lecture, they like how like there's always conflicts and collaboration. So how you promote collaboration instead of conflicts? So because every country care about their own benefits, sometimes they have narrow mind. How you convince these kind of countries to sit together with you and do something together? For example, like sustainable development, protect environment. That's challenging things.
Well, thank you. I read in The Godfather that sometimes it helps to make them an offer they can't refuse. Now, how should this offer, what should this offer look like? That depends on the case. It also depends on the situation. It also depends on who you are dealing with. And there are a few among the permanent members who believe that there are superpowers and they behave as such. And I have seen myself that they follow different rules. You cannot just confront them and tell them what is sensible, but they might answer that this is not the way to talk to a superpower, and you will feel our reaction. For instance, by replying that we are going to keep score. And if we catch you, we'll come back to our point later. There are others who say that human rights belong to the states and who don't belong to the individuals. And it is difficult to argue when such a basic position is taken, because this is an either-or. There's no compromise possible. And when you want to collaborate in the field of human rights with civil society, the only option you have is to make it clear that it's difficult to have non-governmental organizations, on the one hand, who help you realize the enforcement of human rights, and governmental, non-governmental organizations, on the other, that also exists in a few states, and which make it, on the one hand, easier to intend cooperation, but it makes it more difficult to actually realize human rights. So, the good news is that cooperation and collaboration in the United Nations system as such, first UN, second UN, third UN, that means the states, the Secretariat, and the civil society, does happen. It happens often in a very low-key but effective way. And you have to find the right balance between state involvement on the one hand, management by the United Nations or its subsidiary organization, and leaving civil society either a major role in UN actions or leaving certain things entirely to civil society. Finally, I would like to mention the very unique role of the International Committee of the Red Cross. I guess, you're aware of how they work? Because the International Committee of the Red Cross theoretically is not an international organization at all, but it is an association under Swiss law working in Switzerland. Which means, for instance, that all those who work for the International Committee of the Red Cross must be Swiss citizens. Now what happens if they need someone, say, who speaks Chinese, and they want to hire one of you, and you want to work with them? Guess what? You become a Swiss citizen for a while.
Can you buy land?
And you get a special ID card that keeps your Chinese name but makes you a Swiss citizen for a while.
Wow.
And the other peculiarity is that they get pretty unlimited access even to political prisoners, but they pay a price for it. And they voluntarily pay a price for it. And the price is absolute discretion. That means you go to North Korea, you have a political prisoner there, like an American pastor, and you want to help this person survive his imprisonment. And then the ICRC representative meets this person and tries to help in a negotiated process between the North Korean captors and the prisoner and his supporters, but you don't talk to anyone outside about what happens. So a quote-unquote press communique by the International Red Cross would be that the contact between the representative of the Red Cross on the one hand and the political prisoner on the other hand in this country has taken place, and we are moving forward helping this person. Full stop. So.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
What else? No, If you have more questions, no problem.
Thank you so much. I just want
Always
to
my
make a
pleasure.
comment. In Harvard Business School, I think the most popular class is taught by Professor Richard. He's a very good friend of Dean Peter Nero. And I think that everybody is very eager to go to his class because we do country studies. A class is just 1 hour on China, 1 hour on Mexico, and all that. But I think Harvard Business School will become a better place because Ambassador Friedrich will talk not only country studies, but a perspective from the United Nations. I think I would like personally connect you and Professor Richard, and I think Harvard Business School students will benefit tremendously from insight we had a privilege to receive. Okay, without further ado, I would like to have Judge Kim to make some comments, and then we finish this hour of the lecture. Go ahead.
It's my pleasure to have been a friend of Ambassador Friedrich Lohr for many, many years. He's a great scholar, interesting, and he's a fun guy. And if I may not be too remiss, I want to introduce two of my friends. Dr. Jeffrey Carliner, who is a former economic professor at Boston University and currently is the executive director of the Boston Committee on Foreign Relations and meets at the Union Club. And a gentleman I just met the other day, I don't even know his last name, at the German American Business Council. We have a Stammtisch, and it's Raymond, and you could provide your last name.
Yeah, Raymond Carter.
And you could tell us who you are a little bit.
Yeah, sure. I'm Senior Director of Commercial at a battery cell manufacturer of the US. We do next generation batteries for electric vehicles. We're invested by Mercedes-Benz, Stellantis, and Hyundai, and we operate globally. And yeah, I don't want to go too deep into the details maybe, but we had a good conversation. So I'm glad to be here and very insightful talks. Glad to meet everyone.
Thank you very much. And because with this, we'll conclude our 11 days global CEO program from Omaha, Nebraska to from Houston, Texas, now Boston, Massachusetts. So I will have the privilege to read a few appointments later. So I think this way, by end of this, we will do a group photo, then followed by the dinner, a reception if you have time for it. And Professor Wen Ge-fu, doctor, as a visiting professor at the Center of Global Agriculture Business and Development, and president of Global Agriculture Business and Development, first term from 2024 May to 2027 May. So we're excited Professor Fu join our joint effort to bring the global agriculture business together, work with a common goal at the United Nations, reduction of poverty, and also increasing efficiency, people to people, business to business, create value, and share the common goal, live healthy, live happy, live long life together. Professor Fu, please. And Bing-Ling Luo, as a visiting professor, as a founding president of the Center for Global Hospitality Studies and Business Development, first term, May 2024 to May 2027. Please, Bing-Ling Luo, please. And letter appointment, the Boston International Business School. Honored to appoint Li Li, Professor of Practice, as a founding director of Wealth Management, and it's the first founding director. Term, May 2024 and May 2027. Signed by myself and the president of Boston International Business School, Peter Nero. Please, Li Li, please. Lastly, and most importantly, we are so humbled to present this. Dr. Friedrich Lohr, as a visiting professor, as our leader at Geopolitical Studies and Development Relations, and for the Boston International Business School. And because I think for the global business leaders, you have corporate social responsibilities to produce peace, to facilitate peace, to have what we talked about is responsibility for the peacekeeping for this planet. Even we are now have the mission to bring the humanities from Earth to Mars. But first, let's protect this home first as number one priority. So please, and
Thank you
of
very much.
course, our president and the founder will join us for make a picture together and individually and grouply. Please. So our photographer maybe make a picture one by one with one by one here. One by one and the group also. Okay.
One by one.
I will give the for the kids.
Oh.
For the Omaha.
Chewing gum.
Yes.
I'll make a picture. It looks like gold bar.
Yeah, can we do it? Also, everybody get together outside in front of the Boston International Business Society and also group photo together. We concluding 11-day study tour.
Of course, pleasure. Thank you. I was elsewhere and then I was stuck in traffic. Man fragt nie genug. Ja,